Oh dear.
Hey!
Hi!
Wow.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the premiere, debut, what have you, of episode 1 of Return of the Arclord, the second game I'll be running this year with my good buddies and VA friends. Today, I've got with me Ardent Melody.
Hi!
Who is a wonderful voice actress and does some stuff on YouTube, and also plays a lot of D&D.
Indeed.
Nerd.
Who are you?
I'm playing. Accurate, but sure.
Who are you playing today, Mel?
I'm playing Anne Cassidy, who is a Pathfinder 2e gunslinger, Way of the Sniper.
Epic. And then, of course, we have Shailene Saruga, another talented voice actress and fellow DM. She's hosting a lot of D&D games over on her channel. I may be in one in the future.
Yay!
Hell yeah!
Yeah, Shailene, who are you playing today?
I am playing Laverna Sparkpalls, a catfolk cleric.
Let's go. Kitty Cat Cleric.
Kitty cat cleric.
Be careful of your balls of string.
Then we have Oracle VO, who is, once again, another, we got a lot of them, talented voice actors, who just recently put out an audio like yesterday, right? The other day?
I think it was 2 days ago, but yeah, it's still pretty dang fresh.
Pretty fresh, that's good. Who are you playing today, Oracle?
I am playing the swashbuckler elf, Daphne Haleth, noble background, and we're gonna have a lot of fun.
Awesome.
She might not, I will.
Then right next to Oracle, we have Crow Dance VA, good buddy of mine, another voice actor and artist. Crow, who are you playing today?
Aedros of Icamus. A doctor. And wizard, technically, but the doctor's the more important thing.
I'm not so sure now.
I promised you guys, Crow is going to play the most normal man you've ever seen in your life.
Totally normal.
You, man,
Rasha, Dr. Wizard's you.
And then, the person who's cosplaying as a log of wood.
He's playing his wood today.
He'll have a proper PNG in the future.
In the future, yeah. Yeah, I know. This is for placement for now. It's just like I found this in session 0 and I was like, yep, this is funny. But I do have a legitimate PNG. This is just a placeover for now.
So another new buddy of mine, Streaky Audio. Streaky, who are we playing today?
Yes, today I'm playing Vidar, not Vader, Vidar. Vidar. I know that was an issue in session 0 that people thought I was saying Vader. I am playing a Gohoran rogue thief who his background is a refugee.
And also apparently looks like a walking cutting board.
I mean, sometimes life happens, doesn't it?
He's got a flat top and a knife in his hand. What am I supposed to think?
That's the polish. When he gets a little varnish on his head.
I swear to God, if my boy's going to sleep and y'all use me as a cutting board, I will.
Before we get you first, baby.
I promise not to use you as a scratching post.
That's a lie.
I will douse you in catnip.
Hey,
I
Tonks.
promise absolutely
Hey,
not.
Kayla. Hey, Fern. Hey, White Wolf. Welcome, guys, in
Hello.
chat. How
Love
are
you,
you guys all doing?
talk.
Vidar's so cute. Yeah, I mean, currently only Fern knows what the design of Vidar's going to be, just because Fern is doing the art.
Yeah, Fern, who has apparently just the artist for my games now, is doing a lot of work for some of these guys. Mel's art right now, you guys can see the PNG that Mel is using, is Fern's
Isn't she lovely?
I would like to talk to
Fern
you
knocked it out of the park,
when
truly.
we are done here.
I am infinite.
Infernet.
Infinite.
Infinite.
So just a little bit of background on this game, just so you guys can like differentiate between this game and the other one. The other game, Wrath of the Ghost King, takes place in Geb, which is in the same continent as this game we're doing today. This one is Return of the Arclord. This game takes place in Nex. Both countries share a similarity where they are both named after their respective leaders, the Ghost King Geb and the Archmage Arclord, what have you, Nex. So both like massive ego leaders. The only difference is that Nex isn't being run by Nex. Nex is currently not present for various reasons.
Our absentee dad is better than your absentee dad.
Fucking nerds.
And there is like a very palpable like historic like not only aggression but like what's the word, like conflict between Geb and Nex, although in recent centuries they've worked out some like trade routes and deals and stuff like that, although that's not always been a popular decision among, you know, various factions on either side. But yeah, this is going to be completely different from Geb, because Geb is the land of the dead, and this one's a little more wacky, with no dead, but a lot more. Well, you'll see. There's no way I can.
I mean, I'm sure there's plenty of dead people.
Undead are not allowed inside of Nex because of, you know, the historic issues with Geb.
I just mean like dead people, like corpses.
The whole being dead thing.
Oh, I mean, corpses are also kind of hard to come by, at least within the city walls, because they typically are immediately disposed of.
Makes sense.
But yeah, you guys are in for a treat today. I've done extensive research on Nex, and I think I have a bit of an idea of how to ingratiate you all into the cosmopolitan culture that is Nex.
Yeah.
Goofy Town, USA.
Dude, it's so wacky.
We're all just a bunch of goofy guys.
I can't quite possibly describe just how wacky it is to guys, just without like at least taking another hour of your time.
I mean, I think we're gonna find out pretty soon.
Yeah. Also, hopefully, I shouldn't take too much of your guys' time today. We should end it around like 5 p.m. U.S. Eastern, maybe before that. Hopefully before that. I don't want to be here for more than 4 hours. I
More than fair.
Yeah, like I'm going to be a fucking sweaty, awful, nasty mess by the end of this, because my room is warm, and I'm going to be like DMing. I'm going to be gesticulating everywhere.
Scrub, man, we gotta get your air conditioner in your window.
Yeah.
Oh, listen, for just
at least get him one of them little spritzy fans.
My window is like right.
Baby robot's good too.
My window is right behind my computer, so if I had an AC, it would be the loudest fucking AC you've ever heard in your life.
Oh no!
So,
they make small portable ones that actually work pretty well for situations like that.
yeah,
I was gonna say we need to get you a portable for your room.
I refer to them as baby robots because they're adorable.
Hold on. I have an idea. Now, Scrub, for just the simple price of 1 pancake a week, I'll show up to your house with a palm tree and I'll fan you.
Ooh, that's a very low price for that.
But the whole tree, not just a branch. So you gotta be able to fit the tree in your room.
With the extra cost of a secondary pancake, I will dress up in a palm tree hula as well.
See, Streaky, as
That's a pretty good deal.
As incredibly enticing as that is, how are you going to do that and also play Pathfinder at the same time?
We'll both be in the same room.
That's going to be interesting.
What if I just go to move my boom arm to catch whatever you say?
No.
We'll just hook him up to a lab.
His back.
Yeah.
You can have one of them fucking mobile suits.
Yeah, I'll have him hooked up.
Laptop. He puts himself on push to talk. He takes himself off when he needs to. It'll be great.
No, it's gonna be I'm gonna grab one of those boom mics where they have a TV where they hold it up. One end is the palm tree.
Streaky, what I'm hearing is that we need to get you a pair of pink short shorts.
Yes.
And a very long boom mic.
Yeah, but the short shorts have to say they have to say juicy on the bottom of them.
Well, I was thinking the boom guy from Star Wars, but okay.
Yes, I would do that just regardless, just because it sounds funny.
Hell yeah!
Just having juicy booty shorts that says juicy. There it is.
Juicy booty shorts and a penguin water bottle whose head comes off. Got it.
There we go.
Those go perfectly well with my penguin thigh highs as well. Perfect.
Nice.
There's also this version if you want a bit more.
No, let's get that one. That's classic.
Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one.
That is the one.
With the
Yeah.
felt.
That is the
Yep,
one. Yeah.
that's the one.
Yep.
I want to be comfy, all right?
You already are.
Those shorts you will be.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
really
right.
will be. But be
Yeah.
careful of the chafing. It's real.
Got it.
Makes sense.
All right, Gabe.
Don't worry.
You want to play Pathfinder?
Hell yeah!
All
Let's do
right.
this.
Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, this looks fun.
I apologize, by the way. The gardeners are here, so if you hear things in the background, I can do nothing about it.
That's okay. Tell them I said hi.
Yeah.
No, I'm angry at them.
All right. Okay, fair enough.
Tell them
They
to
know
give me
you
all
did.
my leaves. I want them.
Okay. So as I'll be reading a little snippet here from the book describing Nex. This is from the Lost Omens and Possible Lands book. This is just a little snippet here I want to read for you guys before we start. I think it'll set the mood. I also read from this for the other game at the very beginning as well, so you guys know. Few would disagree that Nex, if not is, Golarion's greatest wizard. His arcane influence on the world, and in some ways beyond, is contested only by Old Mage Djembe alone. And Old Mage Djembe, for everyone else here, is another legendary wizard of old, who is closely tied to the Mwangi and the Magambia. He's actually established the Magambia, which is another. It's the oldest magical institute in the world, and it's on the same continent, shares the same continent as Nex. And one of our characters has a connection to the Magambia as well. Though the contributions Nex made to the world were often as happenstance as they were calculated, the Archmage Wizard King is recognized as the tremendous force responsible for a nation of great impact. The extent of that greatness only comes into full relief 4 millennia after his disappearance from the material plane, and that greatness has limits. The sprawl of Nex's consequence is a different story. With each year that passes, the wrinkles of his ambition and ego mark Golarion, the planet you guys are on. Ironically, the country of his namesake looks the most weathered through time by his actions. Next, the country is a wound of ancient wonder and woe alike. Next presents a surreal romance to newcomers. Quantium, a capital whose handsome visage flows from subterranean depths to skies of unusual color, brandishes a dizzying array of wonders conjured from hither and thither.
Just as a note, I think they said that the music is a little too...
Music is loud. Wah, wah, wah.
Sorry!
Look it out.
I know how important eardrums are,
I'm
and
kidding.
It's the power of Nex in musical form.
Sorry, I forgot
My
to
father
do this.
enjoys
There's so many
music.
fucking musicians in that goddamn city.
we let the basement
Fucking
parts out.
bards, get out of here!
Our dad was a theater major.
Dad took the remote for the subwoofers and he turned it to max before he left, okay?
Alright. Turn the music down.
I've learned to deal with it, and also to not touch the thermostat.
Alright. Everyone knows not to traverse Nex's countryside, a scourged area nearly as dangerous to traverse as the Mana Wastes. blasted from the Archmage's war with Geb 4,000 years ago. Dangerous miscreants, harsh wild things, cold desert-like nights, and waywardly inconsolable, flesh-forged titans menace the countryside. The capital is built of secrets, reaching a bureaucratic tipping point. The people of Quantium fend for themselves for the sake of provoking or preventing, depending on whom you ask, the reignition of war with Geb. Each secret revealed, ancient or new, weighs the scales more heavily to the former. And that is the theme for the campaign, both campaigns, in fact, is staying that reignition of the war with Geb and Nex. So now, I'm going to pick one of you bozos at random.
Yeah, that's accurate.
Yeah.
No argument.
I prefer clown, thank you.
Okay, one of you clowns at random.
Miscreant also works.
Yeah.
Vagabond.
Goopers.
Dummy.
Idiot.
I'm not allowed to call myself an idiot anymore. My husband says.
Bumblefuck.
Ooh.
Chuckle fucks.
Blithering fool.
Jaywalker. Just Jay. I'm going all the way back to like the 1910.
Damn, that's fucked up.
Yeah, I know, right? Look, I'm no Jay. I'm a lot of things. I love you guys.
Poor scrub.
No, you guys are going to get plenty of time
Oh,
to
no.
put through my notes.
Fern, we got Yaya's out pre-session. We just didn't do enough.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
much
character
worse.
you'll
Yeah.
understand.
We
It's
have a lot of the
messy.
giggles, a lot of the yuckles, a lot of
And the problem is, a lot of
Yeah.
us are not playing
Yeah.
giggly characters.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm going to start with Mel. All right. You know what? Hold on. I'm going to pull up the the thing that Mel had written and sent to me, and I'm going to use that.
Yes.
2,000 word backstory I sent you.
Melody is good.
He's very good.
He's missed.
I heard
I
about
can't
this,
say that in Yiddish yet, but someday I'll be able
manuscript you've
to.
written.
Yeah.
The manuscript, yeah.
Yeah.
The ancient tome we found in the basement of Lincoln Center. It tells us what's happening in the script. It's called the libretto.
Huh?
Okay, I'll explain that one offline. Just look up for the Broadway events and you'll
I got
understand.
I was going to say Godzilla's eggs, but that's only because that's the last thing I saw in the basement of anything in Madison Square Garden.
God.
So for the beginning of Melody's character, we have to start in a place called Alkenstar. Alkenstar is a small duchy to the south of Nex that is under the control of Nex, but only on paper at this point. There has been a lot of contention whether or not Nex might be able to control Alkenstar, or if Alkenstar might be bidding for its own independence at some point. That kind of, that kind of political maneuvering is open to interpretation at this point and has not been resolved at all. But with the looming aggression, the looming tension between Nex and Geb, that may change very soon. But we go to Alkenstar, a city that resides within, not really within, but quite close to the Mana Wastes, which is a miserable badlands of magical dead zones and strange, strange storms that appear out of nowhere. And we find one of our new heroes, Anne Cassidy, in the middle of a courtroom. I'm trying to find what I'm looking for. Right. The sound of a gavel can be heard echoing throughout the courtroom as a sort of stunned silence fills this room that is supposed to be, well, the home of justice, but justice seemed to have missed the memo and did not appear that day, as Anne Cassidy is being tried partly for crimes that she did commit, but mostly by crimes that have been, well, shifted to fit her. And the reigning judge, who is slamming the gavel, hands out his verdict. Shield Marshal Anne Cassidy, you are hereby judged as guilty on 17 counts of larceny, 8 counts of aggravated assault, 6 counts of poisoning, and 5 counts of murder. This court finds itself looking down on what I can only describe as a miserable creature that has used and abused the office of power that she once held. An office of power that is meant to mete out and enforce laws and justice that we find reasonable in this here city. But I suppose none of that matters to a crook like former Shield Marshal Anne Cassidy. And so, this court hereby sentences you to death by exile. You will not meet your death by your fellow Shield Marshals. Instead, we will send you out into the mono wastes, where your death is all but inevitable. You are to never return, stripped of all of your equipment, your titles, and your station. And I sincerely hope, for your sake, that the mono wastes make quick work of you. This court is dismissed. Get her out of my sight. And he slams the gavel once more, and the entire courtroom erupts in just like the loud cacophony of yelling and noise as people are just like exploding with like this fervor of like a mixture of like just like a wild crowd seeing like some kind of like spectacle, as well as like people yelling, hateful things at Anne. Anne, you are sort of like chained up sitting behind like a small podium in the center of this courtroom. There are hundreds of angry looks you're gathering right now, but right now, honestly, you have drowned everything out. The room is quiet to you. All that you can really hear is just the sound of the chains rattling around your wrists, your heavy breaths, and your heart beating faster and faster. You also feel like the intense heat of both like anger, frustration, and just like shame sort of burned onto your face, across your entire body. What is Anne thinking of right now?
Anne's thinking of a few things. There's not wanting to look behind her and see her parents. She don't know how much of this that they think is true. And it's a mixture of hatred. She's, every time she gets a chance, staring daggers at Minister Thistleby, the one who let this happen.
Minister Thistleby seems quite proud of herself. She has this smug grin on her face, beaming right back down at you.
And just snarls.
You are grabbed by like both your arms by two bailiffs, and you are pulled up out of your chair and escorted out of the courtroom. You then are put through the process of them basically writing, like filling out all the forms, just like filing all of your forms, your death certificate, all of like any like public documents that had like your name and signature on them are being like processed and stricken. There's like official forms being made out to like register your sentence, your death, your prints are being taken.
There's part of Anne that just starts chuckling while all this is happening. Because why? Y'all already killed me with the bureaucracy. You got to kill me with the paperwork too.
The bailiffs don't even like acknowledge you chuckling. They really acknowledge you at all. They handle you like they are just like kind of handling a prop at this point. And you don't really have much power to fight back regardless with how you've been like chained up. But the shield marshal like uniform that you've been wearing, they tear off of you, and they lead you into a room to like change out your clothing to like basically prisoner's clothing. You don't get a
dinner first, boys.
Yeah, they don't give you anything. They don't leave you with anything. They don't even leave you with any shoes. And then you are walked out of the courtroom, out the back door, and then there is like an armed retinue of guards that push you into a cart, and then you are sort of slowly transported down the main thoroughfare of Alkenstar. And it's almost like a parade, because there's like a couple of other like armed carriages, as well as like onlookers that are kind of like watching from like the windows in the streets. It's not like a huge crowd or anything. Like no one's like chanting death to your name or anything like that. This wasn't like very highly publicized. This is just like a spectacle for gawkers to watch. And then you are led out to one of the auxiliary gates to Alkenstar, not the main one. And you are pulled out of the carriage, thrown out of the gates, The one mercy they do give you is they undo the chains that are binding your legs together. And then you are just left out here in the dust. For almost as far as the eye can see, there is just wasteland out here. There's like sparse growing like plants and stuff. It's not exactly flat either. There's like various hills and stuff that roll out here, but they're not like, it's not exactly very scenic. You can even see like further east rather. There are like dark clouds that are forming further out east, where is likely another Mana Storm brewing out in the Mana Wastes. And the sun has started to come down as it's starting to get dark. It's like sunset now.
Yeah, Anne will just start walking. There's not much else to do, and she's not going to give them the satisfaction of watching. So she might as well go find out what she can. Along the way, let me just switch back to player voice. Along the way, I think she'd be looking for anything that could potentially be used as a weapon and or shoes.
Well, your options are slim to none out here.
Makes sense.
There's not a lot that could be even considered a weapon aside from just like small stones that you can fit in the palm of your hand.
Yeah.
As you're kind of like walking around, looking down, you kind of like turn over rocks to see if there's any like smooth, flat rocks you can like maybe use, or maybe you can like chip some rocks together to like make some kind of implement. You're doing this as you're walking through the wasteland. The sun is now like tipping over the horizon as like the yellows and oranges of the sunset are now turning into like the deeper like ambers and reds, and the sky is starting to slowly form this like blue gradient as the sun continues to fall.
And heart rate would basically start to pick up the darker it gets, knowing that the Mana Wastes are not safe at any time of day, but especially at night. They're bad.
Yeah. Why don't you make a survival check for me? Well, this will be the first check we do of the game.
All right. And pulling this up. And skills, I believe. Spellcasting, crafting. Sorry. Figuring out how to roll this. Is this I'm looking for the skill itself, and then...
Skill is under your proficiencies. It's the tab that looks like a hand.
Beautiful, thank you.
It's survival. You're untrained, but this is not like anything. No, like not just anyone can do. You're just kind of like getting a general vibe out here.
Perfect. And is it public or private?
It's public.
Okay. Yeah, she's more nervous than she really wants to let on, and there's really no reason for her to hide that, given that there's nobody around.
Yeah, you are feeling like the night creep in. You've heard several stories of how bad it gets outside of the city walls, and as like the sun is starting to get down, you can already feel like the chill creeping in. The cold desert nights, they are, well, not fun, even within the city, with all of like the various like industrial machinations that dwell inside the walls. It still gets quite cold at night. But being outside of all of that, with no cover, no warm clothes, like you can already feel like your feet are getting like numb from all the walking. And you can feel like your chances of possibly surviving. When you were in the courtroom, you were thinking, exile, that's not guaranteed death. Maybe there's a shot I could get out of here. Maybe I could, like, live somehow. Because I imagine for Anne, there's all these, like, thoughts of, like, I want revenge. I need revenge. I need to find the people who do this to me and make them pay for it. All of those like sort of like, you know, last minute plans of like you figuring out like little things of like what you want to do, how you want to get to it, and like all these like little plans are starting to all crumble as you are walking out here. As it's just like, it's just so cold and so unforgiving, and you feel so alone. And you walk for another 10 or 20 minutes or so, and the sun has now completely gone down. And you're kind of like looking around. You take one single glance back at the city to see if like those, you know, the guards are still watching you or anything like that. And it's hard to make out the city. You can see like the lights and stuff coming from beyond the walls, but all you see is like a dark blob. But then you see something else rising from the desert, like from the direction of the city. You see a dust cloud sort of forming, as if something is like moving quickly in your direction.
Yeah, she's gonna assume that's a monster of some sort and try to hide in behind whatever she can. If there's like a bush that's like the size of her kneecap, she'll still try to fucking crouch behind it.
You turn, you like desperately are looking around. You see there is like a small like cluster of like rocks, like a little outcrop of rocks and some like bushes and stuff, like shrubbery. You start like moving, heading that direction as quick as you possibly can, hoping that there's something there you can do to keep yourself from getting eaten or torn to shreds, or you don't know what's going to happen, but your mind is definitely going wild with it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can start to hear it now as you're kind of like making your way towards these rocks, over the sound of your own breaths and your like your footsteps. You can hear the sounds of like, it almost sounds like galloping horse hooves.
What the hell?
And I think that is enough of like an oddity that you stop for another moment, or at least to cast another glance behind you, and you see, yeah, there is a person on horseback that is heading towards you.
Do I recognize who it is?
Make a perception check. This will be a secret.
Okay.
Perception is on your like main banner on the left side.
Where did my character sheet go? There we go. Found it. Here we go. And then secret. Private GM roll. Okay, roll. I don't think I did that right.
Yeah, you want to do a blind GM roll, not private.
Got it.
But that's okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. Yeah, I think you recognize who it is. At least you recognize what they're wearing. You see very clearly the appearance of someone wearing the shield marshal outfit, and in fact, they're wearing like a cap for like an officer's uniform.
Iron Master? What the fuck?
You stop and wait for this person to like approach you. And let's see. You see a dark-skinned human woman with long dreads. She's astride a white horse. And you believe you recognize this person, as she is wearing several bandoliers filled to the brim of as much ammunition as she can possibly carry. And probably the most intimidating thing she's wearing is this grimace on her face as she kind of slows down and stops to the side of you.
She'd just stare for a second before she said anything.
The woman reaches behind her, and for a second you feel she's reaching for a gun, but thankfully she just throws a large rucksack at your feet, and she just looks at you with this tense look. Her jaw sort of loosens a bit. She goes, "You and I ain't never really seen eye to eye, Cassidy."
And I just furrow her brow. I suppose that's true, Iron Master, but that don't explain what you're doing here.
You complaining?
No, ma'am.
Didn't think so. And then she just kind of looks you up and down, sort of noticing that your arms are still kind of bound together. And she tosses a key on the ground next to the rucksack. And she gestures for you to use the rucksack. You're kind of staring at each other for a while, and she kind of nods at the pack. And she just goes, "Don't just stand there, soldier. Open it."
She's just kind of afraid that this is a trick of some kind. But Anne will start to lean down, glancing between the rucksack and the Iron Master, and she'll unzip it, see what's in there.
You see there is your old armor, your old shield marshal leathers. There's a hat in there. There's a regulation musket, a clan pistol for the Dongan hold, a dueling pistol. There is the rucksack doubles as a backpack, and you can see there is an alchemy kit in there that looks like it was packed by your mother. As you can see, there's a few sets of her tools that are nestled in here that you recognize are her tools. There's a couple pairs of clean clothes. There's a compass, some water, some thinly dried out packs of crackers, rations and stuff like that, and a few pouches of ammunition and some money.
She would just stare at it for a second, then look up. Her eyebrows would be furrowed again. I don't understand.
Iron Master Eutharia, who you now recognize, who is one of the head officers of the Shield Marshals in Alkenstar, which is the law enforcement for chat. Law enforcement for Alkenstar. She just lets out this sigh, and she goes, "Ugh. I'm saving your ass, Cassidy. What's there to understand?"
Why?
She sets her jaw again, looks at you for a moment, this frustrated look, and then she kind of looks around back at the city of Alkenstar, as if she's looking to see if anyone's followed her or if anyone's watching, and then she looks out into the desert and to those bundling clouds further east. And then she looks back at you after a moment and goes, "What they did to you, it wasn't right. We don't agree on damn near anything, but even in all your shadow crawling, I ain't never seen you do wrong by this city or its people."
You knew?
She just looks down at you. Her expression's not changing. And she just goes, "I ain't doing my job, Cassidy, if I don't know every damn thing that happens in that place. I've known since your first contract." You know, High Shield Marshal Menley likes to think he runs the place, and I like to let him think that. But it's me that does the running. He likes the attention, and I like that he takes it off me so I can get things done. That there's a win-win. And it usually means I know a lot of things he don't. I let your little side business run, Cassidy, because much as I don't like you, your hustle lets you do things needing done that the law kept me from doing. And I know you didn't do half of what they said up there. She kind of shakes her head a little bit and leans down. Parliament making you pay for their sins? It don't sit right with me.
And just defensive posture has not softened. And she just looks off to the side. What do you want in return for this?
Just can't get it through your thick head, can you?
She's just glaring back.
Some people do right just because it's right, Anne. There ain't always got to be a price.
She narrows her eyes and sort of holds up the chain that she's undone the chain that's holding her wrists together, but they're still on her wrists. And she'd say, I'd say today said something real different.
I know that. And she turns back towards Alkenstar, turns her horse. But that's where I hear faith comes in.
So what happens now? You gonna give me a ride to a nearby village and preach to me on the inherent kindness of others and resilience of the spirit?
She shakes. You can only see the back of her head now as she shakes her head and just goes, damn near naked in the dust and still got a chip on your shoulder and a big-ass mouth. Unbelievable.
And just her jaw just sets looking back at her. She's not in the mood. It's not that she doesn't appreciate it, but she's extremely suspicious of it.
You know I can't do that, Cassidy. All I done here is donate some impounded property to the wastes. Anything more and I'd be aiding a convicted criminal. She looks back over at you. She lifts her reins. I'll keep an eye on your mom, Pa, and your brother. Best I can. Now hurry up now. It's getting dark. Nearest village is due north. She points north. About 2 hours on foot from here. Worst, the wildlife don't come out till after midnight. Even if you do dilly-dally, you can make it all right.
You just sigh and start putting on, like, she just starts to change. There's no like physical shame there. She just strips and starts putting on the armor over and whatever underclothes were in the sack.
Yeah. And then as she like watches you like, you know, undo your stuff and get prepped, she just kind of, you can't quite see it, but you can kind of hear it. You can kind of feel it. There's a smile on her face. And she just goes, you don't make it 2 hours on foot with a loaded gun and a pack full of supplies, then you ain't never deserved to be a shield marshal to begin with. Then you hear her flick her reins and dig her spurs into the horse and goes, yeah! And then kicks off a bunch of dust and rides back towards Alkenstar.
There's still like goosebumps on Anne's skin, partially because of the cold, but mostly because there's apparently an act of kindness that's just been done, and she doesn't understand why.
Yeah, that's a strange thing that you have going on in your life, is this acts of kindness. you've never really done much of or seen much of an act of kindness without some kind of payment or string attached, at least in your many years on the force of the Shield Marshal business. But here you are, on the receiving end of such an act, and the person who would tie any kind of strings to it is riding back to a town where, well, you are no longer welcome. So the means of which you think Iron Master Etharia are going to call upon that favor, you don't really see much of a means at all. Which, to you, how do you feel? What do you think about that?
I think it's confusion that she feels and is frustrated by and is almost angry about, because there's always a reason in Anne's mind. There's always something that somebody's going to get out of doing kindness. But given the darkness, given the chill in the air, she can't think about that right now. And so she sort of loads up her holsters and slings her big gun on her back, and it's like almost a security blanket. She immediately feels more comfortable. She's also in shoes again, which is nice. And she holds the compass out, has the rucksack on, and she just starts making her way north.
Yep. You start hiking up the desert towards the direction that Iron Master had pointed out towards you, towards the north. And it is quite exhausting, and it is even with all of your like leathers and your clothes on now, it is still quite cold, and it is progressively getting colder as you're moving. But with like the constant movement and like stopping every once in a while to like you like stop like once on the trip to like eat one of the rations. You kind of like warm up a bit, and you just keep going. You keep going, and that warmth, that heat from like the anger and the shame, it hasn't left you yet, and that's also contributing to like your heat that you're kind of holding on to in this cold night. And just as Iron Master had told you, there is a small little it's a small little village in the north. There may be like a 6 or 7 like mud houses up here. Maybe like a dozen people that live here, but you do find shelter, and you manage to like negotiate with the people there to let you stay for a little while, use some of the money you were left, and then you rest for the night. The next day, the villagers inform you that there's that the nearest safe haven that you could go to outside this village would be further north into Nex. And this is where you start to lay out your plans.
I think Anne's thinking through what can be done. There are 73 people and one judge that decided that this was their way of offloading their sins, and they were going to pay for each and every one of them. The question becomes exactly how, especially given that she can't go back there. So, how aware as a shield marshal would Anne be of the tension between Nex and Alkenstar, and then the building tension between Nex and Geb?
So, as far as the tension between Nex and Geb, that much probably wasn't as apparent to people from Alkenstar. You guys were you guys are well aware of, like, there was always tension between Nex and Geb. They are historical enemies, you know, like almost legendary enemies. The people themselves, Nex and Geb. The countries, though, you understand that they had, like, kind of moved beyond that in the last century, like the last few centuries, where they've actually established some, like, trade and stuff like that. So you probably aren't very aware of exactly what kind of tension there is now. Why don't you make a society check for me?
Okay. Perfect. No notes. Absolutely perfect.
To be honest, Anne, who gives a damn?
Who gives a flying fuck?
Who gives a fuck about the political intrigue between these two fucking magical countries, when all they've done is basically all but ignore Alkenstar and its troubles, all the corruption that's run rampant. You do have some, like, bones to pick with Nex in their Council of 3 and 9. You probably know that much. Where they have some oversight of Nex, they have some oversight of Alkenstar, because Alkenstar is the duchy of Nex. The sort of implications of all of that, you're not aware. You know that most of the, like, people from Alkenstar, at least the ministers, they didn't really give a shit about what the Arclords thought of Alkenstar, if they controlled it or not. They let the Duchess deal with that, while they deal with their own businesses that they had inside of Alkenstar.
And I think her focus would remain individual then, instead of looking at the group as a whole that damned her as a whole. She would be looking at the person that made it happen through their carelessness, and the person that actively encouraged it. So 2 specific ministers, and she is, whenever she has the opportunity, playing with her mother's alchemy kit and trying to imagine the most painful way that she could end them.
Yeah, you have a very evil night here in this little village, as you are just, like, entertaining these ideas of revenge and thinking up just utterly criminal ways of making them pay for what they've done to you. But then you finally get some rest, and after sleeping on it, the that burning, like, warmth of frustration and shame is now gone, and is now instead replaced by this sort of, like, resolve, this sort of, like, metallic resolve inside you to continue on. And your best option, just objectively that you can see from here, is to move further into Nex. Because if you were to head south, you would have to run, like, a large length of the Mono Wastes and run past Alkenstar, which you are no longer welcome there. And just aside from, you know, not being welcome there, there is just, like, this sort of part of you that kind of, it's almost like a magnet. You feel repulsed by it. At least for now. But then your other option would be going to Geb, which, well, the Geb is the land of the dead, and seeing as though you are not quite dead yet, you're in fact doing your best to avoid that.
Still very much alive.
Not exactly on your bucket list for visiting. So you figure Nex is your best option. I would say you probably know that the closest city in Nex to you is Econus, because there are only 3 cities in Nex. It's not that hard to remember them.
Fair enough.
The villagers instruct you that if you continue further north, you will find the Ustrati River. And if you follow the Ustrati River east, then you will run across Econus.
If possible, she would try to obtain a horse. But I don't know if she has either the gold for that or if the village has a spare one. So the big question.
The villagers, they have, like, between all of them, 2 horses, and they use
okay.
both for like labor, pretty much. They're not like pack horses or saddle horses. They are like,
Substitute mules, basically.
yeah, pretty much. They
Yeah.
are
Okay.
they are work horses.
Okay. Yeah, and then she'll just proceed on foot.
But they do like they fill up your water and give you like another ration to replace the one that you ate on the way out, and you continue north through the Mana Wastes, and well, now that you are under like the heat of the sun, it is quite warm now. It is a stark contrast to the night you had spent before.
Yeah, the jacket would come off, the hat would come off.
Yeah.
No, the hat would stay on to protect from the sun, actually.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So I'm actually going to have you roll a fortitude save.
Okay. Dice, why? Why? What did I do to you?
Ay,
I know I usually use my manual dice, but Jiminy Christmas, ay diablo.
My lady in Christ.
Are we
I hope
sure
you-
this isn't a one high system? That can fix everything.
Are we, So I feel like this is more like a one-shot what's happening here.
And it sure as hell might be. Not gonna
Melody,
lie.
my darling Melody, quickly put these into dice jail and get a different set of digital dice. These ones are.
I wish I could.
Oh no!
Each stroke, end of adventure.
Yeah, exactly. Roll a new character.
So
Anne
I
Cassidy lived like she died like she lived.
Back to back ones. That's incredible.
So I will say this is not going to kill you or anything like that. You're not going to die from this. But just to give you the option, you can re-roll with a hero point if you would like.
I would love to do that, please.
To remind everyone, we have the hero point system in Pathfinder. At the beginning of every hour of gameplay, I am to reward hero points to people. Since we're in the intro section, I'm just going to give a hero point to Anne, since we're now 2 o'clock right now. So you get a hero point, Anne. And then so you should have 2 hero points before you roll this one. Everyone starts with 1 at the beginning of every session. If you ended a session with like 3, then you lose those additional 2 and you start with 1 every session. So it's a use it or lose it kind of deal. We're also using Keeley's rule. So if you roll below 10 on the die on your reroll for a hero point, it will add a 10. So it's a little more consistent with your rolls. If it's something you absolutely cannot crit fail at,
I might need to take assurance just for the shits and giggles. I know that there's a button that I can click that says reroll with hero point, but I don't know where it is.
you right click on your roll, and it'll be there in the options.
There we
that
go.
pop up.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. It added 10. It added 10, so you are at 19.
Yay.
I must have Reaper. I must have shaken hands with Will Wheaton at some point. Goodness gracious. Okay.
All right. Well, you it's rough out here in the desert, obviously, but you know, you've been through worse, strangely enough. You've not been on, a death march through the desert, but you have been under like various, tough circumstances before. So you tough it out as much as you can. You drink plenty of water because you were told that you're heading towards a river, so you hoping that you can refill at the river. So you make good use of your water to keep you hydrated, so you don't pass out from heat stroke. And you are kind of maintaining your your stamina as you're moving. You kind of pick a point on the horizon where you want to get to. Usually it's maybe a distant hill with some cactuses or shrubbery that you kind of are just going to head towards, to like stop and then rest for like maybe 10 minutes and then continue on. You make good use of your time and your energy. And after probably about like, well, you probably wouldn't really recognize how long you've been walking out here, but the sun is now well overhead of you now. It is starting to like tilt back down in the sky, so it's in the afternoon, where like the heat is at like its peak. You sort of get up on this craggy ass like rocky hill with like all kinds of like brush and stuff like that. You manage to like avoid stepping on any like horrible fucking snakes out here, and are able to like look up, get up on this hill, and you look down and you can see just what looks like another 4 or 5 miles out. You can see what looks like a small like dip in the land where a river is running through it. And you start heading towards the river.
Mm-hmm.
However,
I kind of take the opportunity to, while I'm looking, I would just sort of take the opportunity to clean my guns, and that'll be my mental break, I guess.
Okay. You start heading towards the river. But you start to notice that, after an hour or another hour of walking, you're kind of getting closer to the river now, much closer. You notice that there's actually clouds starting to quickly form in the skies around you, flying overhead. And they look a little foreboding.
Do I recognize, from training, that is this a monostorm or is this a thunderstorm?
Give me a survival check.
Okay.
If you beat a 10, I'll give you a decisive answer. Okay.
Hey!
You beat a 10. You can notice there's a slight tinge of blues and purples in these clouds. You thought at first it might have just been water or something like that, because there is strange water evaporation in the Mana Desert, but you can quickly tell that is not water. That is some strange sort of energy. This is a monostorm that is quickly brewing overhead. Shit.
She'd start to run.
You hightail it, trying to run from clouds.
Yep.
A difficult task for anyone in the know, but you start hightailing it. And after about 10 minutes of moving, hustling your ass through these fucking gullies and ditches and shit, getting over these hills to get towards the river, thunder sort of rolls across the Mana Wastes. And you feel like the level of moisture starts to rise in the air, as you can kind of you start to smell that the charged ozone in the air.
Mm-hmm.
And wind starts to pick up around you, so you see tumbleweeds are kind of blowing past your path as you're heading up the river.
What do I know about monostorms and what they can do to people?
Make an Arcana or Occultism check.
Let's do Arcana. That's the same stat for me, but let's just see. Okay.
Well, Anne, they're bad.
And she sure is booking it that's all she knows.
Yeah, all you know is that Ma and Pa told you to never get caught in one, because You know, various like childhood like nasty monsters live in them and will get you. They're bad. You know that they are, you know, very powerful and devastating, magically powered storms that, well, you're not exactly sure what kind of danger they pose, but they're dangerous. So, you know, you don't want to be part of that, so you keep hustling.
Yeah, magic is not exactly anybody's friend around here.
Very...
So yeah, she's booking it. I don't think that there's anything really that she thinks she can do other than maybe get to the river and submerge to hide. I don't know. Which is very funny to be thinking about like a regular lightning. You actually don't want to be anywhere near water, but I rolled a 4.
Yep.
So yeah, I think she's just trying to think of some kind of shelter, and that's what she's got right now.
Yeah, you're still hustling. Make another fortitude save.
Okay. I'll take that. I will take that.
Okay. You're able to keep hustling as you run down like the wasteland. You finally get up to like the river, although the river is like in this like sort of like carved out gully. The banks are quite high. As you're like kind of like standing over it, you're trying to look for like a way down, or maybe like look for like some kind of like alcove, I imagine.
Yeah.
Just like you're looking for any kind of shelter at all.
Yeah, and I don't know if I have rope in the rucksack, if it had anything like an adventurer stuff, but if there is any sort of climbing gear in there, she would try to like affix a pit and, you know, let her rope so she can sort of rappel her way down, but I don't know if she's got the gear for that.
I'm going to roll a physical die on my end over here.
Okay. What did you roll? Did I somehow curse your dice too?
No.
Uh-oh.
I rolled well.
Good.
The entire sky is now gray and purple and blue with these like undulating clouds. You're now seeing like the arcs of lightning, and the arcs of lightning are not like normal lightning that you and I know in the real world. These are like, I can't quite explain them. They're very funny looking. They're not just a single arc that goes from cloud to ground. They are like a lattice of lightning bolts that hit the ground, like a lattice work, kind of like a trellis in like a garden or something.
That's horrifying.
Hitting the ground, like curtains of lightning.
Wow.
And you can see there is like dust devils and shit that are like spinning up around you, as like wind is now like whipping up very rapidly. And you can see if you turn around that where you had been standing like 20 minutes before, it's now completely obscured by dust.
Eesh.
And you are looking for a way down. All right. How am I going to do this? Let's see. All right, so you are trying to find an alcove. You're just continuing going up the riverbank here. And I'm going to say that as you're running along the riverbanks, there is a... You spot there is a place, like there looks like some kind of like overhang on the opposite bank that you could probably get down to. You just have to get down to it.
Mm-hmm.
It actually looks like a proper alcove. Like it looks like almost like a I don't know how to quite explain it. It's kind of like a Native American stone house. Like there's like a deep alcove in the rock by the riverbed, where you can see it looks like the river might partially flood it during like the wetter seasons, but you can see there are like several like smooth stones that are set up in there. So you want to try and get down there, huh?
Yeah.
How's that? How are you gonna do that?
There's two different ways. If there's any sort of like, this is the mono waste, there's no way that there's like a switchback.
No.
How high are we talking here? This is a question I've failed to ask before. How high is this cliff?
So the riverbank you're kind of standing on, like the river has like definitely eroded much of the ground here as it's passed through. The river is probably like, I'm gonna say like 15 feet wide, and the bank is probably like 6 or 7 feet down. You can't quite tell how deep the water is, though.
I'll take the rock that I was carrying when I was still naked and throw it down.
Thunk! It sinks into like the silty, like muddy-looking water, and
Does it kick up? Like essentially, does it kick anything up?
It kicks up some water.
Okay, but it doesn't kick. I can't see like silt that was okay. So it didn't hit the bottom enough to where I could see that.
The water is quite silty. It's like it's not like very blue. It's more like brownish, like brackish.
Okay. There's two options. One, I try to climb down. Two, I fucking jump. And I will let you tell me how I figure out which one I think is better.
Well, if you want the quickest way down is to jump. And
we're short on time. Let's go, baby. We're gonna jump.
All right, you jump. Make an athletics check.
Okay, we're gonna go Minecraft rules and try to land in the water. Okay. All right.
All right. You
Not the worst.
You leap. You try your best to like before you like jump in. You try your best to like make sure your powder doesn't get wet or anything like that. You tie it up. You like tightly bundle it and keep it somewhere like you think might stay dry. We'll see how that works out. You leap from the bank into the water, and you immediately feel your knee hit a rock as you hit the water.
Oh.
And you clamber through the water, trying to tread water, and you manage to get across. But you like the pain from your knee is like it hurts.
You son of a bitch.
Bad. So you drag yourself up on the bank, like the little alcove, and as soon as you get under the roof, boom! A curtain of lightning hits the water that you were just treading, and kicks up water and splashes you. And
she screams like a child. There is a full-on scream.
Yeah, there is like this wave of pressure that hits you as you will like finally drag yourself up onto like the dry like sand in here, that just like makes you like really dizzy and lightheaded. And unfortunately, you you kind of black out. You don't quite pass out from pain or anything like that. You just kind of fall asleep. And that's where we're going to move on from you.
Yeah. That was great. Thank you.
All right, who's next? Boy, oh boy.
Roll a d6.
But there's 4 of you left.
Oh,
D4.
yeah.
Roll a D4.
There's such things as a D4.
All right. We'll do. the Verna. Oh, actually, fuck. You know, before we move on, I've meant to ask, Mel, can you please describe what your character looks like?
At what point specifically?
You know, just imagine you're passed out, laying there, like very sexily on like the side of the river here.
I'm just imagining that's when the narrator kicks in, and it's just like, and Cassidy.
She got bitch slapped by mono lightning.
This is how she got here.
The big old sound of like Air Cassidy.
I'm just sure you're wondering how I got here.
No, it's the scene from Emperor's New Groove. We're in the rain. This is me, not this. This.
It's either that or the My Hero Academia narration where President Mike talking about everybody's course.
All right. Yeah, please describe what you look like.
Of course. So Anne is half dwarf, half human, and she's got very long brown hair. She leans into the dwarven side of her heritage and has never cut her hair for that reason. So it's very, very long. She keeps it tied up in a bun. And she's got bright green emerald eyes, and her gear is black with little like pops of red. She would kind of generally have this sort of scowl on her face that is a combination of amused and annoyed. And yeah, she's got crazy upper body strength. So her shoulders are pretty broad for her stature. And of course, she's part dwarf, so everything about her is a little bit broad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what she looks like.
All right. Sorry, we only got to that at the very end. My bad. At least I showed everyone what you looked like on screen before we did all that stuff. Whoopsie.
Art by Fern VA. Beautifully done.
Art by Fern, of course. Fern VA. Fern has just turned into the artist for these games. It's kind of funny. Minus the art that Tonks had done by, I believe the name is Korax. Korax,
yep,
right?
that's the one.
Yeah, Korax.
Yeah,
By
Korax is really nice stuff too.
Yeah.
Korax, yeah.
All the artists are so freaking.
All right, Laverna. Hey, pal. Laverna, you are. We're gonna come to you as you are like in the middle of a dream, or maybe it's a nightmare. Ooh. As you are sleeping, what do you think is like a commonplace thing Laverna might be doing in her dream?
She often replays that last moment before she left her family.
Okay. Let's say aside from that, because I will get to that. I'll get to that.
Aside from that,
Yeah,
okay.
aside from
Typically in a meadow, which she's rarely seen.
Okay. Yeah. There are. You imagine what you've like. You've probably seen meadows before. Probably not in Nex, because Nex is the Nex is still a wasteland from all of the necromantic magic that has been blasted on it from the last engagement it had with Geb. That is common knowledge to you and your people, the Azkadaki catfolk. And you've probably seen meadows further north of Nex, probably closer to like Osirian or something like that. There are certain places that are lush with grasses and things. And I imagine you're probably up there. You see there is a beautiful like grassy knoll that you see there's like lots of wildflowers blooming and growing. You see insects like butterflies and various like colorful songbirds flittering about. And you look down and you see growing on one of these, like in one of this like bank of grasses, you see there's like a handful of these beautiful like yellow and orange daylilies. And the first thought that comes across your mind is, oh, my folks would love these.
Jump it down and gently touch the tops of them and then picks them.
Yeah, the petals are quite soft. You accidentally disturb a bumblebee that was sleeping in one of them. But it kind of like bumbles away, flies away, buzzes off, and you start to like cut these daylilies, trying to prepare them, kind of make them nice and pretty. You wrap them in like a small strip of linen that you have, just like on your waist, and you tie it up, make it look real nice, and just kind of look around, behold the beauty of this sort of natural wonder. You look down across the hill, and you can see there is sort of a grove of trees that you know. You kind of feel like this warmth as you think fondly of it, as you remember days of sleeping wild out in these trees, like various with you and some of the other cat folk your age when you were younger. And you start to head back towards where you had left the tribe, as you are, a nomadic people. Typically, going from place to place. Usually your group of, family and groups of families that you are closely related to. Not by blood, but, related to by tribal family, kind of tribal community. You guys move as far north as Osirian, and move back down south to Nex, and it's just sort of like a yearly traveling as you guys move back and forth. A lot of the hunters in your tribe are known for hunting some of the flesh-forged monsters that are released from the flesh forges of Nex quite periodically. And that's a lot where a lot of the income from the tribe comes from. But there's obviously, of course, some other things that your people do as well. Like you do various, leather working and cloth making, textiles and stuff. And, you guys do enough to get by. And on one, and as you're, kind of heading back, you start to, think to yourself that you've forgotten something.
Mm-hmm.
There's just this sort of nagging feeling at the back of your mind that you've missed something.
That's got to be.
Let's see. So, Laverna feels like she's forgotten something, though she's got a nice, bundle of flowers she's bringing back, maybe to her mother or something like that. And you sort of enter through the grove of trees, down through a little path, and then beyond the path in these trees there is a small clearing where many a year your people have sort of set up their caravan to sort of stay for the season, the sort of the season of plenty in this part of the country. But as you kind of breach the clearing here, you don't really see anything at all. You don't see your folks, you don't see the caravan, you don't see the horses and riding lizards that your people make use of. There's just sort of like a cold breeze that blows across the tall grasses out in this meadow.
Verna would walk down in shock and head to where she knows her family's tent was and look at the ground to see if there is any signs of rapid movement.
Yeah, you head down to where you remember, or you swear you remember pitching the tent here, like where you guys usually store all your stuff and sleep for the night. You remember laying out your bedroll here, and you kind of stand over there and you look down and you can see very clearly where the grasses have been flattened and parts of the earth have been sort of like there's like puncture marks in the earth where the pythons would have been sits. But you don't see any sign of movement. You don't see any like tracks or anything like that. And then you start to hear like this sound of like a loud creaking. And when I say a loud creaking, I don't mean like a loud like noisy door creaking. I mean like the sound of like a gigantic gate creaking coming from behind you, as you kind of notice that the world around you starts to like dim and go dark.
She'll spin around quickly.
Quickly turn, you can feel like your heartbeat increasing, and you see there is a gigantic pair of gate doors that stand on the horizon. You can't tell quite how far away from you. And at the foot of this gate, you can see all of the caravans, the animals, the people, your people, standing at the foot of this gate as it's starting to swing open. And you watch as they all begin to trundle on, walking into this like gaping maw. And the doors start to swing closed.
She's gonna run.
You
calling out.
Sprint, screaming, trying to get the caravan to stop. What are you screaming?
Mother, sister, father.
You call out after them, and the doors are just slowly closing now as you're approaching, and you see your family all turn to look back at you, and you see that none of them have any faces, just blank expressions. And then the doors finally close, and there's just a moment of solitude before you wake up. You look around you. You are laying on basically like a straw bed that you have been making use of. There is not a lot of creature comforts where you're sleeping now. You have a quilt over you. You have you see your stuff piled up next to you. Your rucksack, your bag, and some of your your personal implements, stuff that you have, you see your scimitar, your weapons and stuff laid out, hanging from a strap. And as you kind of startle awake, you rise up and you see next to you is a is a riding lizard just like sitting in this like corral with you.
She'll reach over and rub her hand up its nose and up onto the top of its head.
Yeah, it's like sat up, like kind of like raised up, looking over at you, like what the fuck are you doing? like what why are you making all this noise, all this racket? I was sleeping, and you like start petting it, and it kind of like it rests back down, resting its head back on the ground, and you start to hear like footsteps coming from outside of the building, and you can feel the dry heat from outside kind of creeping in through like this small barn you're kind of sleeping in.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Laverna, you wake up from a nightmare, but you still have the day ahead of you. How you getting prepped for the day?
Laverna will go find just a small basin of water to wash her face. And she does like the whole instead of licking her paws, she'll dip her hands in and then do the typical cat clean.
Yeah.
And then she'll go over and make sure that the saddle on her riding lizard is secure. Make sure to get their food and water.
Yeah, it's all there. You got all your stuff. Nothing's been like nicked from you in the night. You start getting you clean yourself. You get dressed. You probably like grab a small like bit of dried meat and to have to eat before you head out for the day. You still haven't gotten any kind of work for the week. You need to get out and well, you gotta fend for yourself somehow.
Sitting here worrying about them won't get a job done.
So yeah, you ready for the day, and as you are like getting ready to like head out, you kind of step out of this like little barn. Where you are right now, you are outside of let's see. You are outside of Quantium, not in the city. You are along like the Elemian River. This one here, north of it. There's a small settlement that you've kind of like come back to regularly. There are some humans that live out here, but the people that are real important out in the settlement are the Gorons that run the farms, that live up here in the like this like little river valley. Although you understand that the Gorons are, you know, they kind of have some issues of their own, but they've not, you know, specifically asked you for any help. But you distinctly recall there being some like other tribes and stuff, like other peoples that you've definitely run across in like your history of, you know, being a nomadic tribe member.
Mm-hmm.
That are often looking for like extra hands to help, or to like you know, fix wounds, or to help with the hunting. And you know that they typically run across the road between Quantium and Onipian, one of the other cities of Nex. Give me a society check.
All right. Tough.
Give me 1 second. There we go. Can you guys see the map now?
No.
Not at all.
Hold on. Let me fix this.
Not a smidgen.
On the plus side, we can see it if we're watching the Twitch
stream.
Yeah.
Tune in over at twitch.tv/scrubva to
See the map.
and see the map in all its colorful glory.
All right.
There it is.
There you go.
All right, let me see.
I ticked the right box that time.
Hey!
Yay.
Look, it exists. Huzzah!
Beautiful.
Thank
My
you.
bad. I had the token vision enabled on this map. It was not necessary.
Thank you, Mr. DM. Thank you. As we can see now, he has cured
You're
our
a fairy
blindness.
genius.
We now know where we are.
Awesome.
We're very generous.
Awesome. Okay. So yeah, Laverna, you are like in this like sort of like delta of the Elemian River up here. I for some reason can't paint. Oh, that's because I'm on this one over here. It's right over here.
Yeah.
You know that the tribe that I'm referring to is between Quantum and Onipian. You rolled a 12 on your society check. Give me 1 second. I will say that you know that the roads between the cities of Nex are called, like, just in general, are called the circulation. Because there are only 3 main cities in Nex, because those are the only cities that were saved during the many magical bombardments from Geb and from 4 millennia ago. The roads are also, the major roads between the cities are called the arteries. There is one between Onipian and Quantium, Quantium and Econus, and then Econus and Onipian. So it's like a triangle. And all the smaller roads are referred to as veins. So there is the road between between Quantium and Onipian, the capital and Onipian. It is called in their language the Barapada Da'abi, which translates to the Road of Gold. The Road of Gold is a road that is protected magically by the Arclords, and it is the only artery or vein that is protected in this way. It's protected by various wards and stuff like that. So it's the safest road in the entire country, and that's why the tribes tend to stick around it.
She'll look around and see if she can find whoever she spoke to before she went to bed that night.
The person you spoke to before you went to bed that night was probably one of the locals who own the barn. Let's see. It is someone you've kind of worked out a deal with ever since you've like kind of been coming back and forth here. It's a Goran person. They kind of have this appearance of a willowy kind of like thin branch tree that's sort of wrapped around various branches, and their face has like the sort of like floral patterns of like fruit trees, but they look like a normal person, but they are very clearly made of like organic material like wood and fiber and stuff like that. And this person you know as Thrush is what their name is.
I'll head over to Thrush. Good morning.
Thrush is probably like getting ready to like start like the irrigation for the farm this year, and Thrush is probably just like getting ready to like you know, move a lot of dirt to push water from the river into the farms. And Thrush kind of looks over at you. He's like, they're like probably like getting like a saddle or like a like you know like just a harness is what the word is. Fucking Christ, scrub. a harness ready for one of the like the work animals, and they kind of address you and go, "Oh, good morning, Laverna. How are you doing?"
I'm alright, considering. Any word on a job?
Any word on a job? Well, I've not really heard anything from my end. You could probably head further into the village here. I think I remember hearing someone tell me that there's some Knoll girl that's coming to town. That might be a good lead for you.
I'll go see.
Yeah, go go head down the just down the road. You know where Margaret's farm is at?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think she's staying with her.
Alright. Take care of Grana for me.
Yeah, of
Referring
course.
to the loser.
Yeah, of course. No problem.
I'll be back soon.
And they just kind of gesture like with a wave and goes, "Good luck."
Thank you. So, head on over.
Yeah, you head down. The village is not very big. There's like a lot of like farmhouses that are like, some are made of like, some are like made of actual wood, from like further up north. But wood is quite rare down here. The only like stable source of wood is Goran wood, which is, well, not exactly ideal for building. There are Gorans. The Gorans are plant people that were, engineered millennia ago to help sort of like to help with how fallow the land was after the necromantic energy that was just basically just completely scarred it. They were a plant people that were created to basically to help with growing food. That's as much as you know now. They're good people today. Thrush is a very helpful and welcoming person. You've known them for a little while now. But you head to this farmhouse. You pass by a lot of like little adobe and like mud brick houses, clay houses, and you come up to Margaret's and you see there is a Knoll girl that is sort of sat on like the veranda of this farmhouse. She seems to be in prayer.
Can I see any holy symbol on her?
Make a perception check.
This a private or a public?
It'll be a secret one. It'll be a blind GM roll. No, you don't really see any religious symbol that she's holding or carrying like that. She looks like a tribal girl. She has like a very like pragmatic looking just like desert dress on, like a long sort of like white, like not really white but like off-white colored, I think what they're called is like jalabi, like the jalabi, like they're kind of like a Middle Eastern style dress, like of clothing where it's like kind of long, it goes down to like the ankles.
Okay.
Yeah, and she's like, she has her eyes closed, and she's like, kind of like has her head tilted down, and she looks like she's like mouthing to herself.
Not to disturb her prayer, but she looks around to see if she can find Margaret.
She's nowhere to be seen. She's always Margaret's a bit of a busybody.
Yeah. Laverna just waits patiently for her to be done with her prayer.
Okay. After a few moments, you see she kind of like, you're just kind of watching and waiting. She finally like raises her head and stands up, and she starts to like walk down the veranda of the farmhouse, and she looks over at you and goes, "Oh, hi, good morning."
Good morning. I was hoping to find Margaret, but you must be the Knoll girl that I heard about.
Oh, yeah, Miss Margaret, I think she went over to one of the farms to help, one of the hands. I was just planning on leaving my payment and moving on. I'm trying to get to the city.
Of what one?
The capital, Quantium.
Ah.
I'm trying to... well, my tribe has asked me to try and find people to help us.
With what in particular, if you don't mind me asking?
She kind of looks at you with this kind of like, not quite guarded, but she's like, she's not sure if she should say, but she kind of goes, well, some of our elders are supposed to meet in the capital, but we don't have many people to escort the elders, so we need some outside help.
Well, lucky for you, I'm free. I've been looking for a job.
She just kind of looks at you like, okay. She goes, what's your name?
Laverna. Laverna Spokopause.
She kind of holds out her hand to like shake it, and she goes, my name is, well, you can just call me Prey.
Well met.
She looks a little like sheepish and goes, my full name is Praise for the Wasteland, but I think it's harder for people to say from around here, so you can just call me Prey.
It is lovely to meet you, Prey.
So you're like a mercenary? What are you?
Well, I'm actually a healer. You're not gonna find many mercenaries here in this little town, but I'm sure we can go to Quantum and find somebody.
Yeah, she kind of nods her head and goes, yeah, that's why I was heading to Quantium. I was supposed to head down there and meet with, well, another person who wants to join our little, I guess, group. I don't really know what to call it. And I think they also have some more, like, hired help that they can help us with. And she kind of looks around and goes, our tribe, we have lots of skilled hunters, but we don't really have any warriors.
I too am from a tribe of hunters. I know.
Yeah, she looks at you and goes, Yeah, I thought you were one of the Azkadakis.
Indeed, I am.
She kind of like... She looks like she's going to say something, but then she kind of stops herself and goes, okay. Well, and she kind of like reaches around like she has like a pouch hanging on her side. Well, I can pay you once we make it back to our where we're camped out. But I still need to head to Quantium. Is that okay?
That is fine. Let me just go grab some stuff, and meet you back here.
Okay. And she kind of like lightens up a bit, like she's kind of like getting a little excited, like she's kind of getting a little more happy. Okay. All right. And she goes, I'll wait here.
Okay. And I won't run, but kind of more like move quickly back over, give a nod to Thresh, go in, really like pack up my lizard, and then head on out and meet her back at Margaret's.
Okay. Yeah, you meet back up with Praise for the Wasteland, and she's you can tell she's like put on like another she has like another like larger pack that she's carrying with her now, and she it's like waiting there for you and goes, waves at you and goes, I'm ready to head out whenever you are.
We're ready to go.
Okay, let's go. And then she starts walking down the road through the village.
Follow right behind her.
Okay, you head to Quantium. It's not very far from where you're at right now. It's maybe like half a day's travel away. If even that. Maybe like most of a day's travel, I'd say. Like you probably get there like when it's starting to get nighttime. And Quantium is, it's a sight to behold. As you kind of like crest over a hill that looks down into like this large valley where the river of the Elemian sort of like feeds out into the Miasmir, you can see this large like half-circular wall that forms around this large cosmopolitan city. You can see the Juwali of Quantium, which is the upper levels of Quantium. The Juwali being the local term for the sun district of Quantium. You see the like the tall like towers. You can see the Bandashar that is like rising up in the center. I'm going to bring us all over to this map. There are like floating towers, like no shit, like towers that are floating and like sort of like gliding across like the skylines of Quantium, and you can see like the gleaming marble structures over the walls, and like the golden domes of like the various like capital buildings, and it was even more striking. You can see the golems that are patrolling around the walls of the city. There are 4 of these golems. They are huge golems. They are they patrol around the wall every single day, every minute of the day, and they are quite imposing. But they don't bother you as long as you're not like obviously some kind of invader. The first time you saw these golems, Laverna, you were for sure certain they were monsters going to eat you. But now that you've kind of, been through here a few times now, well, they just look like guards patrolling, like these stone guards that patrol this large city. And as you approach the gates with praise from the Wasteland, sort of like walking bestride you. And by the way, she walks. She doesn't even ask to ride on your lizard with you. And even if you offer, she says, "No, I'll walk." She seems quite used to walking.
Mm-hmm.
As you approach the city, and as you guys are kind of like approaching, she goes, "Wow, it's so pretty."
Is this your first time here?
No, I've been here once before, but it's just so pretty.
I can agree with that.
You also see rising behind the city, these clouds of purple and yellow and orange and green, various colors of clouds that rise from behind the city.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see the miasmir, the gulf that's around Nex, is completely well, it's like a ever-shifting pool of just various different colors. I should actually add an image here to show you guys what it looks like. Because it's oh yeah, here it is. Okay. Let me grab this. For you guys, I'm putting it in the open chat. For everyone else, I'm going to pull it up on the stream. This is what the miasmir looks like, the gulf around the city.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite striking.
Has it always been like this, or is this new?
It's been like this ever since you've been alive.
Okay.
This is all you've known it looked like. But yeah, you can clearly see the Ban de Char floating over the the lake that's in the center of the city, and just the expanse of the city itself. And as the sun is now sort of low in the sky, you can see that the lights from inside the city are starting to glow a lot more obviously. Various shades of reds and blues and purples of these glowing lights that are just reflecting off of the white marble buildings. It's like the city itself is glowing.
Hey, do you know where we're supposed to meet this person?
She looks up at you and goes, well, I kind of thought we might be able to just figure it out.
Oh dear. Okay. Describe this person that you said that might be able to join us, and maybe we can look for them together.
There's two of them, I think. One of them, I believe, is a representative or a diplomat person, and the other one is their friend. I think they're both Gorons. Yeah, they're both Gorons.
Interesting. Okay. Then I guess we look for a pair of Gorons.
Yeah, that shouldn't be so hard, right?
Nah, surely not. Even though Laverna is saying in her mind, like, this is gonna take a while.
Yeah. Laverna, you know that there's if there is a single word to describe a Quantium, it is overstimulating.
Yeah.
Not only is Quantium a cosmopolitan city that is like the central haven of anyone who's interested in any kind of magic, of like arcane mysteries or wonders, or just like, you know, just like interesting, beautiful locales from across Galarian. It is also a common stopping point for people from different planes of existences. Not just the material plane, which you guys are on currently, but all of the elemental planes, from hell, like literally hell, the shadow plane, various places. There's doorways that lead from all of these planes that open up every 19th day in the moon district of Quantium, the Nuezi. So, Laverna, you know that since you have been here a few times before, Quantium is split into two districts, the lower district and the upper district. The lower district is the Nuezi district, the Nuezi of Quantium. Then there's the upper district, the Juali. The Juali is home to a lot of like the more official functions of the city, a lot of like the more like government buildings and official, just like a lot of official buildings. There's also a lot of businesses around up here in the Juali. And the Nuezi is, well, it holds a lot of businesses as well as a lot of various other like, you know, municipal functioning buildings. But it's also where most of the permanent population of Quantium resides.
How easily can one travel between the two districts?
It's pretty easily. You at the gates, you get a choice of either going up the stairs or down the stairs.
Considering Prey said that they're probably a diplomat, I probably would start in the Juali district.
Okay. You head to the Juali district with Praise for the Wasteland. And while you are exploring the Juali, trying to find this pair of Gorns, we are going to take a little break because I have to use the restroom. So, everyone take 5, get you a drink, hang out for a sec. You guys can talk to chat, bullshit, whatever. I'm going to be right back.
Hello, chat.
Hi, chat.
Hello, Twitch chat.
We exist, sort of.
I don't believe you. We are all fake.
Renee Descartes gets on a plane. The flight attendant asks, "What would you like something to drink?" He says, "I think not." Poof, disappears off the plane.
I fucking hate Renee, that little bastard. I think, therefore, Amo, you don't think very well.
I mean, what drugs was he on? We don't know.
Catholicism.
The hell of a drug.
That was his whole thing. It's like, oh, well, how do I know if I am real? Well, the devil could be making this up, so I don't know if I'm real. And like went through this whole thing. Well, the only way to prove that I am real is that I think, which is this whole fucking thing. That's his drug of choice,
really
being a fucking Catholic.
Right I have a really, really bad joke, but I'm pretty sure it would offend people, so I'm not gonna.
Thanks, White Wolf. You're very sweet.
Aw, yay!
Oh, thank you, Wolf.
I'm doing a great job of waiting, and I love it.
I'm actually kind of glad that I'm going second because the family is getting here sooner than they.
Oh no!
Oh no!
So I may have to dip for a bit. Thankfully,
Wait
I
till
still
he
have
comes
like
back to tell
yeah.
him.
Well, thankfully I have like about 2-ish hours left.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
But,
Right on.
it's like the way it's going. It's like, ooh.
Oh no, honestly, that's stress.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll when Scrub gets back, I might say like I might have to dip before the end of it.
So Shailene, I had to dip to get water when you started. Did you say what your character looks like?
Nope.
Amazing.
10 out of 10.
we all have to not say anything.
I mean, we do also have the pictures, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know, Streaky. I really do enjoy the fact that you're cutting.
The living embodiment of a cutting board is probably the best character I've ever seen.
Yeah.
I think Streaky might have gone
Legitimately.
AFK.
You have to be
Possibly.
resistant to piercing damage if you're gonna roll with that. You
Well,
absolutely.
So
that's
would
the
you
other
flash
thing. It's like
flashing?
Yeah, that's true. That's
yeah,
true.
think about it.
That's true.
And also
As someone who has
warping
stabbed a lot of
because-
cutting boards.
No. Also warping because cutting board gets wet enough, it could turn into bone.
True,
Yeah,
true.
this is true.
It'll take a while, but it is true.
Hey, we got time.
We do.
You just
All the time in the
RP
world.
that as like your posture suddenly like just starts to get worse.
I'm caving in.
Yeah.
Truly, the Gorons suffer the most. If they are too bad with their posture, they will eventually become cutlery.
Oh no.
Now, hold on a second. Wait, what?
No, because your mother was
Don't worry about it. You're safe. It's all good.
Your mother was a serving spoon and your father was a cutting board.
What the fuck? Leave my parents out of it. They've been doing that. You fucking bastards. You want to go fucking go?
Bring it! I have 2 swords. I'll make a bowl out of you yet.
It's so funny watching this little log light up. And you want to go?
You want to fucking go? Wait, hold on. I can make this better. Hold on. Let's go. Let's have a knife. Let's go.
All right, Stitch.
Okay, let's fucking go.
It does sound like Stitch.
I fucking love you so much.
Oh, enemy's family, but right now I'm gonna end your family.
Lovely.
Hi, chat. How are you?
It's either Stitch or meat water.
White Wolf, we never stopped. We've just been quiet, so this is us venting.
Yeah.
No. This is the not again was for not having described what the character was until the very
We're
until
not
some point
gonna
later.
Don't tell Scrub. Don't tell Scrub.
Don't tell Scrub. Nobody say anything. Nobody says shit. Chat, you're in on this now. Nobody say shit.
Why is it that
We're
the
gonna
hole in
see
your
how
butt
long
is a
it
cutting
takes
board?
Scrub to realize it.
Yeah. If forced to, just be as vague as possible. Somewhere between 99 and 1 foot tall.
Wait, I just realized something with the whole comment. It's like your mother's a cutting board and your father smells of lumber. Python.
Because you're a log, we can accurately tell how old you are by counting your rings.
Oh no.
I swear to God.
That's
why he wears a hat.
Trying to lie about your age is like,
Your
wait
mother
a
was-
second.
Your mother had a hive, your father smelled of the mill.
Just you wait until fucking Fur makes the art. Okay, this is temporary, little guy.
Fair.
Were
but
you
it's
cheating with
like
Sita
50 years.
Bertha?
You always have somewhere to sit because you can just roll on your side.
I swear
I
to
think
God.
that's true of everyone if you lie down.
I'm gonna fucking
I mean, okay.
I'm gonna trip and fall into hell, like start rolling down. It's like, someone help me! Fuck, I can't stop.
No. If a tree falls in the forest.
And Streaky's there to hear it. Does it actually happen?
You're gonna hear me. If I fall, you're gonna hear me screaming.
We have to like put a small nail into Street so that he doesn't roll away.
Hi!
Hi.
Hey, friend!
We all just use like camping pythons to keep him in place.
Exactly.
I fucking fist fight a beaver. It's just like,
Hey,
get
those
the fuck away from
pines
me.
didn't help my family.
No, they didn't. Not the sound of it.
Damn, they rolled away.
Your absolute nemesis is a group of human loggers that didn't even know they did anything wrong.
It's just a bunch of fucking Canadians.
Just a
like,
random lumberjack.
Oh, I don't know.
I'm just thinking of like fucking. It's like, oh, hey, you doing bunch? It's like, what the fucking coming?
How you doing?
Anytime y'all anytime use like a wooden object, I'm just like, that's my cousin.
Fuck, you're gonna feel real bad. My character uses a cane.
Ed says, if a tree falls in the forest and Stricky isn't there to hear it, does it leave any syrup for pancakes? I'm a hungry murder hobo after all.
Fair enough.
Wait, are you
Ed,
a
I
maple?
love you so much.
What kind of tree are you?
Oh, that's a good question. Can we get the sap out? Oh wait, that sounds wrong.
I mean, if you take me out to dinner,
I'm not sure.
I mean, take me out to dinner, you might get some stuff.
We'll see.
Between sandpaper and varnish, you can do anything, baby.
Oh, baby.
Yeah. First date shenanigans.
Ribbed for his pleasure.
His, hers, them's.
I'm literally having nightmares right now about Splinter.
Oh yeah, you would get splinters in the worst places.
No, that's what the sandpaper's for. That's the prep. You gotta prep.
Hey guys, look. Look, is this fun? Is this fun? Look, jingling keys. You guys like that? Is that fun?
Crow! I have ADHD!
I hate how effective that was. Fuck you. Let's go.
Now that everyone's attention again.
Welcome back,
All right. I believe
I hate how much that works.
I believe we all left off in the Juwali of Quantium.
Mm.
And now we'll take a little bit of a break from Laverna.
Did you want to put
Scrub.
music back on, Scrub?
Also, you wanted to say something, Shaylin, because...
Yes,
Yeah.
Grub. Just as a note, the family is supposed to be back of the dog sitting in like 2-ish hours. If we're not done, I may have to dip.
Okay. I should at least be done with like the majority of the stuff that you need to do, that you'll be very present for the most part.
Yes.
And the rest of it will probably be like a lot of introductions for everyone else. I'll be done with you in like the next hour or so. Okay.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
So if you need to step out after that, then feel free. You don't have to apologize or anything like that. That's fine. Just like always, I plan to go for only like around 4 hours, and I kind of get off, get a little distracted, and take a little too much time.
No, I just wanted to let you know that if I suddenly go poof, it's because I had to.
That's okay. That's okay. Thanks for letting me know. Thanks for the heads up. All right, now let us move on. We are going to go over to our resident tree man, as we were just discussing.
Yay!
It's me, the log.
Fuck! Wait. Laverna. Describe what your character looks like.
Squealed.
Order in the order.
We have a little image of you like holding a pair of keys. It's like,
Can somebody please draw that?
a gator holding a pair of keys.
So Laverna has a calico pattern to her fur.
Mm-hmm.
She has heterochromia. She has 1 gold eye and 1 green eye. And she's very lithe. And
Ooh.
yeah.
Love that word.
She's about 5'8", 5'9", somewhere in there.
Nice.
And yeah.
All right. Any description like the kind of clothes you like to wear, like Laverna likes to wear?
She wears clothes that definitely represent her tribe. So like a lot of blues, dark colors, because they are monster hunters. So they tend to hunt at night when the monsters are out to play.
Very, very nice. Love that. Okay. Now we go over to Veter, who is, let's see. You know what, Veter, you are in Quantum, as we've already established. What do you think Veter is up to, like getting up to in Quantum?
He's probably looking around, trying to see if there's any current contracts available for any scavenging runs in the Wastelands, any retrievals, reconnaissance, that kind of stuff.
Okay. Yeah, you're like kind of like poking around looking for work.
Yeah.
We'll say you're probably like in like a kind of like a dive bar, probably down here in the Nwezi.
Yeah. Ooh.
This is Nwezi.
Ooh.
This is on the grounds. This is imagine like the same kind of like vibe of like the beautiful marble architecture, the walls of buildings, except there's not like any direct sunlight, although there is lots of like various windows and like openings in the architecture from above in the Juwali that lets in lots of like natural light down here in the Nwezi, but it's like a lot more like, you know, like the light is a lot more radiant, like it's more like bounces off of like the marble walls. But of course, since it's nighttime, there are all kinds of like magical lanterns and like different colored burning fires just like in braziers nearby. So there's also like it's kind of like, imagine like the nightlife in like a cyberpunk kind of world, but it's all like magical lights from fantasy, all just sort of like bouncing off and reflecting from this like pure alabaster like marble walls, and also from like these waterfalls that pour from like down through like these culverts and stuff down into the washport, the little lake that's in the center of the city, that then pours out into the Miasmir. And the washport is full of like this iridescent like colorful water, like various colors of like waterfalls sort of emptying out down here. And what I'll say is, Veter, the stench from this water is, well, imagine it's like the same smell as like of a tree that's been struck by lightning. There's a bit of a burn to it. Veter, you probably know this, but I'm gonna have you roll a society check anyway. Roll a society check for me.
Okay. Let me pull up the character sheet. Where is that? There it is. Society. General or like sneaky?
Just general.
Okay. There it is. Society. Whoa. Roll. Let's go, baby.
Okay. Yeah, you try to, avoid the water, at least coming from the culverts, as much as you can.
Yeah.
It's pretty well known to you and a lot of the other Gorons that live in Quantum and around Nex that the water here is very heavily magically polluted. Just from all of like the businesses and like universities and various things that are like experimenting on things in here and use the water for runoff or, for washing and things like that. It is magically polluted. And because of that, it has like this sort of acidic stench. And those colorful clouds that rise over the city is actually a unique evaporation of the water in the Miasmir, which this pours out into. And that is just like the evaporated, polluted water, and sometimes causes some acidic rains in the city.
I see.
So it's not very pleasant for the Goron people, but
I was about to say, can I get a drink of that water? But then you said it's poisonous.
yeah, it's the runoff. It's really bad. The other water that's like available for the public it's safe enough. It's still like, kind of well, not exactly healthy, but it's like,
Yeah.
it's just like drinking tap water, you know?
Yeah,
Except
it's,
with instead of like, instead of drinking like shit water, like 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 sewage has been purified, it's
Yeah.
like water that's been used for a lot of like magical experiments. It's just like kind of runoff that they've like tried to re-purify as best of their ability.
Yeah, it's like if you try to drink it, some like fucked up will happen to you. Not necessarily die, but it's like whatever magic's in there.
Yeah, it's a contentious issue, at least with certain like factions inside the city.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're kind of like going around trying to look for work. You're probably in like a dive bar right now, like kind of chatting up people, like asking around for work. And this is where you are. You're kind of like at this point in time, and that's whenever you see your buddy Briar come in.
Briar.
Briar is another Goran male. He actually is identifies as male. He wears a very like floral jalabi, the sort of clothes that I described earlier. And he's not wearing like any sort of like hat or headdress. He has like long thorny like bramble bush braids that like hang down all the way down to his mid back. And his face is like somewhat like dark red. His like face flesh is like is like the flesh of like berry flesh. And he kind of he finds you in this bar, and he goes, Veter.
Veter kind of like pops his head and look over. It's like, oh, having fun playing politician, I see.
He kind of like comes up and sits next to you at the bar, and kind of like raises a hand at the bartender and just like gestures to like what you were having. Just like have one of those. He goes, having fun is definitely a statement. Not exactly much fun to be had.
Well, I still don't see your point of wanting to try to talk to these people.
Well,
Doesn't good.
He just kind of like half brushes it off and goes, well, it sure beats doing nothing, I think.
You think I do nothing?
He kind of looks at you and goes, oh, I thought you were just here drinking the night away.
No, I'm here for work, for money, for our people. I'm doing what you don't.
The bartender comes by and pours the drink for him, and he takes a sip and goes, well, you could have fooled me. Not a lot of work to be had down here in the Noesi, I don't think.
You're right about that. It's been hard finding work these days.
He goes, well, if you don't have anything better to do, I might have some work lined up for you, if you're interested.
How much?
He just kind of like pulls out a piece of paper and sort of slides it across the table to you.
I like, as I'm taking a sip of my drink, I like grab it by like sliding it with the palm of my hand and then lift it up towards me like I'm pulling like a deck of cards without anyone like seeing them.
Yeah.
And yeah.
It's a letter that is written in like a very fine hand. It says it is a request of escort from a tribe called the Many Men. And it is an official like request for Bandashar escorts to be assigned, and the pay is 20 gold a day on the road.
Is there any other details that describe like what is the purpose, where are they going, what traveling they have to go through?
Make a society check, and we'll see what you can figure out just from that information.
All right. Boop.
Okay. So, chiefly, above it all, the name that jumps out to you is the Many-Men. And you can see that the letter is signed by someone named Elemian. And you know the Many-Men is one of the sort of like factions represented in the Council of 3 and 9. They're one of the 9. And they are like made up of like various tribes and groups of people that live outside of the cities. The Many-Men specifically is a large tribe of flesh warp people. And you know the flesh warp, since you've been out of the city very often, are people. There's two different kinds of flesh warp. There are the intentional kinds of flesh warp people, and there is the unintentional kinds of flesh warp people. The unintentional are most of the people that make up the Many-Men, as they are victims of the various mana storms from the mana wastes. Mana storms tend to, well, if they don't outright kill the people that are caught in them, they are often changed. And, well, these flesh warp people that are chained by the mana storms, they are, well, somewhat of outcasts. They're not very well looked, they're not very looked down upon, especially not here in Quantium, because Quantium has seen stranger people. It's just that the fact that the unique needs of the flesh-warped people are not exactly met because they are not seen as very unique in Quantium. Because Quantium holds host to all kinds of like extraplanar beings, hags, demons, devils even. All kinds of creatures come through Quantium every single day, or at least every single like fortnight. And so it's not unusual to see a flesh warp person, and it's because they're not exactly taken very seriously, like their like inherent needs. And so they have to have this representation on the Council of 3 and 9 to even get any kind of support. And you do know that the Many-Men represent like various other like tribes as well. You're not exactly sure like what all are under their umbrella, but you know there are like tribes of like gnolls and half-orcs and stuff like that that also roll, or like kind of
like a mini group of like, this is a representative for like a many of groups instead of like a specific.
Yeah, think of kind of like the Iroquois in like a real life history.
Okay. I see.
But yeah.
Okay. Yeah, read the paper, understand all the information you described to me, and I put it face down and just like, so, you want me to assist traveling some tribesmen over to something?
Briar just smiles and goes, well, of course. Pretty simple, isn't it?
Never is. What's your game in this?
Well, I intend to join this group. The Many-Men, they're on the Council of 3 and 9, so they are leagues above what I could ever hope to achieve myself. So I'm hoping to meet with Elemian, the representative here, and, well, see if I can get him to talk to the Council of 3 about some of the issues the Gorns are experiencing here.
So you want me to accept the job so you can come along and play little games with the Many-Men?
He kind of like sets his drink down and kind of leans in towards you. He kind of has a much more stern look on his face and goes, there is no game about this, Veeder. I know you and I don't exactly see eye to eye about this business, But I can promise you, Vita, that you and I have the same interests. We both just want what's best for our people. But if we want the Council of Three, the actual people who can do anything about it, we have to talk to them. We have to appeal to them directly. We can't just raise a stink in the streets. That's how you get... And he kind of like draws like a thumb across his neck. Taken out. Besides, one of the Council of Three, she is sympathetic to the people of Quantium. And I think you'll find that she might be more agreeable than you might think.
Vader just like ponders a little bit, like really deep thinking about this, like do I really want to sit with a bunch of politicians, but also the money? Vader then looks over and is just like, fine, but I'm doing this for the money, not for you.
He just kind of scoffs and goes, as you wish, Vader. And kind of takes another drink of his, well, whatever the bartender brought up to him. And he just kind of sighs. And he just goes, things are just so different now.
Very different. Not... I don't know how you see it. I'm in day by day, going out into the waste, trying to do what's best for our people.
Yeah, he just kind of nods his head and goes, yeah, I know. I know. I don't think there is anyone who could disagree with the thought that you are doing your damnedest out there. I mean, you're out there every other day trying to do something. Earn some odd change here and there, but he kind of like looks over and like puts his hand on your shoulder and goes, Vader, there's so much more you and I can do. I know we need to support our people with like what money we can gather, but we could change a lot more. We could be the voice for our people. There's not that many of us anymore. Every year that goes by, we lose at least another Goran or two. We have to do something. And like I said, the Council of Three, I don't want to bore you with the specifics of the politics, but there was a woman who was on the Council of Three. You might have heard of her. Her name is Irena's. She is sympathetic to the people in Nex. Honestly, the most sympathetic person on the Council of Three in millennia. The real issue was this Arclord individual on the council as well. And he pulls out like a piece of paper and kind of grabs like a pencil that's like laying around on the bar or something, and he kind of draws something out here and goes, listen, I'll at least explain this to you so you at least know what's going on, so you're not in the dark, okay?
All right.
There's the Council of Three and 9. The 3 are, well, they're entrenched politicians that are, well, they're there until they die or until they resign. There's Irena's, not sure how to pronounce it exactly, of the Orb, Irena's of the Orb. She is, I believe she's a human woman. Been a member of the council for quite a long time now. put that in the chat for you guys here. And then there's Agrellus Kisk. He's the head of the Arclord faction. And you might have actually heard his name around here. He's the one that's been calling for war with Geb the last 4 or 5 years. And then there is the Elder Architect, Oblask. There's not a lot I know about Oblask, admittedly, aside from that he's been on the council the longest and that he personally knew the Arclord Nex before he disappeared.
Vader just takes a sip of his drink while you're explaining, and just goes, "So what is your plan? Just talk to Ernest, I'm guessing. See if you can cozy up to play a little game."
No, unfortunately it's not as simple as that. As I'm sure you know, many things in politics is not very simple. But we can interact with her through the 9. And he draws like 9 more circles. And goes, there are 9 representatives of the other factions here in Quantium and out in the rest of Nex. 6 of them live here in Quantium. But the other 3, well, 1 is the advocate, or Onipian, the master alchemist. Then there is the head representative of Econus, principal flesh forger Dun Palavar. And then there is a representative of the Wasteland clans, Elemian. Elemian is the one that's most sympathetic to Irenes, and has been a pretty outspoken individual on the Council of 9. I think if we get on Elemian's side, we appeal to him, then maybe we can get a foothold in the Council. And maybe we can learn more about the other representatives. And, well, if we want to maybe potentially explore the avenue in the future of having a seat on the council, we need to know who we're up against. But those plans are far down the line. The important thing is we must meet with the representative of the Wasteland clans, and, well, then we can go from there. So, are you in?
He sighs a little bit and just goes, "If it's for the betterment of our people, I will do what I must." And he raises his glass to cheers.
Yeah, you raise your glass, and Briar kind of takes the letter that he handed you and puts it back in his pocket, and also takes the paper he was writing on, folds it up, and goes, "All right, very good, because I already signed us up, and we're going to be going to go meet with the representative now."
Of course you did. So I didn't really have a choice, huh?
He slaps you on the back and goes, "Well, it was either you come along or I leave you here. But I'm glad to see you are still the good man I know you for."
Oh, fucking bastard.
He stands up and goes, I believe we are supposed to meet them up on the Juali. It's I believe a Knoll woman. Her name is Praise for the Wasteland. So I guess keep an eye out for a Knoll.
Hmm.
All right, let's just go. And
Lead the way then, oh great prophet. He says that's like mockingly.
he just kind of raises up his hands like he's gonna deliver some kind of like prophetic words to you. Because come along then, disciple. And he leads you out of the dive bar and up to the Juwali district. All right. Excellente.
Nice. So since we're ending now, do I now describe myself?
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
You understand this has to be the trend now.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
The end of every adventure. I mean, I'll do, when there's no image now, the one that's in the game is not what I look like, but I'll just do the best of how I describe myself.
He's a log.
Yes.
Rainbow.
I'm just a log with little legs, and I do like the Mr. Krabs walk along. I do that.
Tiny legs and a huge knife.
Big knife. But Vita, of course, as we know, is like a horn. However, he spends most of his time as a wanderer of the wasteland, as I said, taking odd jobs of finding things that people asked for that were lost from the old days. So a lot of his clothing is very much geared towards surviving the wastelands or what he finds out there. So it's a lot of shredded, ripped clothing. He has pretty much over himself a shawl hood. So it's like a big old scarf that can go over his head and be a hood. A lot of it is just being tapered clothing that he found throughout his travels, like some wrapped around his arms, pants that he's found from, do not worry about it, where I found it in the wasteland. Much of his other clothing, as well as the equipment he finds, which he carries around a sickle that's slightly rusted, has a wooden handle, that kind of stuff. A lot of his stuff is like, yeah, this very vibes are wasteland wanderer.
All right.
Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah. All right, now that we've explained what you look like, we can move on to the next person.
I love this so much.
I want to say something at the game. I was like, no, let the bit go.
Good job. Good job.
Oh.
Sticking it out for the bit.
No problem.
Everything for the bit.
We are going to go to Daphne now.
Hee hee hee.
Let's see. Daphne is probably already in Quantium, if I were to guess. Probably up in the Juwali, if I were to guess as well.
Most likely.
Is this your first time in Quantium?
Definitely not.
Okay. All right.
Give me 1 second. For some reason, my phone has decided to ring, and I am about to... It's my mother, and I will call her back later.
All right. So before we even hear a single peep from you, Daphne, give me a society check.
All right. Let me figure out how to friggin' do this.
It is on your actor sheet. You go to your proficiencies, which is the hand icon at the top.
Public?
Yep.
Roll. I think I got a 3,
You sure did get a 3.
which is an 8.
All right, so you, oh boy. Let's see.
We've already realized that dice ate us.
You
I don't like me.
are here in Quantium. You were here in Quantium, though, on official business of a differing kind than, well, all the other business we've seen so far. You are specifically here to, well, basically be here on behalf of your family, who is also have vested interest in, represents part of Magambia. So let us, before we even have you in Quantium, let's kind of travel across the world to the Mwangi Expanse, which is much further west, across the wastelands of Nex, across the shattered range, the mountains that separate Garand in half, pretty much, vertically, and into the dense jungles and swamps and tropical, much more tropical temperatures at the Mwangi. Your mother and father are, well, in a few words, very work-oriented. And it is a very good way to describe them, that their work is also their hobby. As you already probably know, your parents have a distinct interest in magical items, especially magical items that are, well, quite old. Not to spoil anything for everyone at the end of this when we describe what Daphne looks like, but Daphne's an elf.
It's just the new standard now.
Yeah. Daphne is an elf, and so you are a long-lived species. And your family has been around for a long time. To say that they are old money is to put it lightly. They have not only a significant amount of wealth, but they have a significant amount of influence and power, just in general. Although the difference between the Magambia and Quantium could not be more obvious. Magambia and Nantambu in general have a much more egalitarian sort of ideology, whereas Quantium much more has the sense of experimentation and just verve in general. Lots of, like, different experiences and senses and sights and things to behold and things to do, and it is very overstimulated in Quantium. But your family has sent you out, your family has sent for you, and they've asked you to meet them in sort of like the meeting room, the business meeting room they use for various delegates and representatives of the university. And they asked you to come there one day. And you know this is because they are going to give you some work. You've done this song and dance several times now. So what's like a normal morning for Daphne like here at home?
She will get up, probably has breakfast in her quarters, because that means that she can move directly into whatever research or artifact search she stopped doing the night before. Occasionally, she will basically say, fuck it, and slip out before anybody manages to come to try to wake her. Because some days you just don't want to. And days when you don't want to are not acceptable. And those days she just will not see anybody, because otherwise she will be, I'm not upset, I'm just disappointed. You're not living up to your potential, my dear.
Right.
around lunchtime, she will generally, I'm going to refer to it as the compound because I don't know exactly how I have ideas. Probably for her own meetings or other research or just to get out. A lot of the life of this family revolves around the business and the hobby. She has few acquaintances that are her own, but they generally come from years of... You know when your friends have friends, they're like their business acquaintances, and so you have... It's like being in a K-drama where you're automatically friends with the kids of your parents' friends because you just spent so much time with each other, and now you can't do anything but not be friends with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not a lot of freedom here. Somewhat regimented.
Yeah, during a part of like your lunch, before you can like really slip out, there's a knock at your door, like in your chambers, and you hear the voice of Anarian, one of the male servants that lives with your family. He's been in the family for a long time, so you know him well. He's a Mwali Jai elf. He has like these sort of like mocha colored skin, dark hair.
Yes, come.
Yeah, he enters and goes, Miss Daphne, the masters of the house would like to see you.
Did they by any chance say what it was about?
They did not express to me what exactly it was about, simply that they wish to meet you in the meeting room.
And she kind of just nods to herself as it clicks. The rooms that you meet someone in this place are actually very important because it basically will tell you what it is they need.
Yeah.
She looks down at what she's been working on, what she was actually about to put away, closes it like she was about to do anyway, before looking back up and shooting him a nod. Very well. Please let them know I will be there presently. I just need to put several things away.
Very well. If it is all right with you, Miss Daphne, I will be waiting until you are ready to go. I have been expressly told to make sure you do not slip away, was the words they put it.
Of course, I would never ask you to go behind their orders. You'll just wait outside a moment. I'll be right with you.
Very well. And he steps outside.
When no one else is there, she just kind of lets out a sigh, shakes her head before putting the book into the false bottom drawer in her desk, and stands up, makes sure that she's presentable.
Okay.
And begrudgingly heads out the door.
And you know what, guys? That would have been a great time to describe what Daphne looks like, but we're going to wait till the end.
Let's go, baby. Keep it going.
All right, yeah, Anarian is just waiting outside. And as soon as he sees you, and goes, right this way.
Thank you.
You already know exactly where to go. This is just like Anarian's doing his job.
Yes. She does not begrudge him doing his job. She begrudges her parents for believing this was required to get her where they wanted her to go. But at the same time, it is also required to get her where they want her to go.
Yeah. He leads you to the meeting room, and outside the meeting room, you see there is like a small line of like people who you recognize are from the Magambia, a couple of people who are like usually teachers there. There are a couple of like delegates that you know are from like other elven families in the Mwangi. And you kind of walk right past all of these guys as they kind of like not really glare at you, but they kind of like look at you and go like, ah, god damn it. Like they're ahead of me now. Like I gotta wait even longer in this line.
She pays them no mind and just walks right.
Yeah, you walk right straight past them, and Arian opens the door for you, lets you inside, and follows you in. And inside, the meeting room is, it's, by any normal standard, the room is not a mess at all. It's actually quite clean. But by the standard that you or your family would have, it is a pigsty, because there's loose leaf papers scattered on a couple of the tables. There's a couple of chairs that are askew, and Anarian, you can feel he tenses up as soon as he enters inside the room. But you can see your mother and your father are both in here. Your mother is behind like a like an actual like lectern, like a podium, towards the front of the meeting room, and she's like writing down a bunch of like something on like a piece of parchment on the podium. And she's got like these like large like basically like look like teacher glasses.
Nice.
And she kind of like looks up at you like at the top of her glasses. And your father is at the back of the room where there's a bunch of like filing cabinets where he's like looking through like a couple of drawers. And your mother kind of addresses you and goes, "Ah, our wonderful daughter, thank you for joining us finally."
Apologies, I was in the midst of my own research. Everything all right? It's like you've made some sort of a breakthrough. And she'll look around at the mess.
Yeah. And your father kind of like speaks over his shoulder and goes, "Yes, dear. There's been a bit of a development that we need to speak to you about." And your mother kind of takes over and goes, "Yes, dear. And your father and I have been talking about you, of course, and we think it is a good time for you to get out of the house for a little while. I'm sure you could agree."
I certainly will not argue the point. But the timing is interesting.
Your mother kind of looks up at you like very suspiciously and goes, "How so?"
Well, if you simply thought that it was time for me to leave the house, if I had been left alone, as you seem to be aware, I would have done so myself.
And your mother just sort of like immediately darts back to whatever, like the paperwork she's doing. She goes, "Oh, no, you misunderstand me, dear. I mean, you need to get out of the house because, well, of course, we need a delegate outside of the Momongi. And you are the only one capable."
I had a feeling, if only because we're meeting here. Pray, what is the situation?
Your mother goes, "Well, obviously, dear, if I was wishing to speak to you on more familiar matters, we would have met in the breakfast nook."
Perhaps tomorrow.
God, I hate her.
And Daphne just kind of... She doesn't show this externally, but in her head, she just kind of tenses in a way. It's just like... And he goes, "Perhaps tomorrow then, assuming I'm still here and not leaving tonight."
And your father kind of like turns around from the filing cabinet, so he's holding a stack of papers and goes, "Oh, no, that will just not do. In fact, I think we'll have to have you leave tonight as soon as possible. There's an interesting arrangement we've come across that's... we need to jump on it as quick as we possibly can."
I haven't seen you this excited about something in quite some time.
Well, it is a quite exciting development, dear. It is what we believe is a piece of Aslanti tech that was purchased by a collector and, well, no less than the Bandashar of Quantium.
Does he understand what he has his hands on?
I'm sure he thinks it's some priceless piece of technology that he can, I don't know, research and find some amazing discovery of its ancient power, but it could possibly be a dining implement for all we know. But the period is that the final statement is that we should look into it and hopefully have our hands on it.
As soon as possible before something happens that we can't reverse.
And your mother kind of goes, yes, before the daft fool tries to sell it to the Catapeshis or something, or gets it lost trying to transport it to a private collection or something.
Mother, I was trying to be nice.
And your mother kind of like stares down at you from her glass and goes, "You were not raised in a barn, ma'am. Do not speak to your mother that way."
Yes, Mother. And she'll walk over to her father to help take some of those papers off of his hands, because right now the stack looks like it's about to fall over.
Yeah, he kind of parses out some of the papers for you and goes, "Thank you, love." Now, the piece we are specifically interested in is, well, it is some kind of, well, the description is a bit vague, some kind of sphere with a lot of semicircular locking mechanisms on it.
Interesting.
We're not sure exactly of the nature of it, but typically, this kind of mechanism, locking mechanism, is used as some kind of a vault, some kind of security measure to hide something within. And we're not certain that this collector knows quite what he has his hands on. And so, we're not exactly apt to let him know that. And he kind of smiles.
No.
Yes, very good girl. And of course, we are prepared to send you along with, the various authorities that we can provide, and of course the official status of the Magambia as well. And this should at least get you inside of Quantum. However, getting into the Bandashar might be a bit difficult.
Have we something else that he might want?
Your mother pipes up and goes, it is not something as simple as that, dear, unfortunately. The Bandashar is a bit of a... I don't know how to put it, a bit of an exclusive government building. They won't ever let anyone inside unless they work for the Bandashar, or are there to speak with the Council of 3 and 9. And so we are going to have to figure out something of a way to get you inside. And your father goes, "Oh, love, why don't we, here." And he kind of sets it down. From what I understand, the Bandashar has a bit of a strange schedule where they meet 3 times every fortnight. At the beginning of a 14-day period, they meet with the 3 and 9. Both the 3 and the 9 meet. And then on the 7th day, the 3 meet privately, and then on the 14th day, they rest. I believe we might be able to send you coinciding with this schedule on the first day where you can meet with the 3 and 9, and maybe with some diplomatic proficience. And he winks at you, Daphne. You could probably find some kind of audience with one of the Council of 9.
I'm certain something could be arranged.
Yes, of course. But the thing is that we are unsure which of the 9 to send you to. So, do you think it would be possible, dear, if we just leave this in your hands and you figure it out on the way?
Yes, I should be able to handle that.
Okay.
If nothing else, getting there a little bit early will mean that I can sort things out a bit before taking the fool, as we might say.
Very good. You are an honor to this family, dear.
I do try.
And your mother pipes up and goes, "Oh, and of course we will be sending you along with Anarian. He will be keeping watch over you and making sure that well, nothing bad goes wrong, and assist you wherever he can. Right, Anarian? Yes, milady.
At that, she takes a second, just a second, and she turns around, and nods at Anarian, and says, "Then I am in your care."
And he just kind of, nods back and goes, "And I in yours, ma'am."
This is clearly not the first time that they've done this.
Yes. You can see that you can feel that he was expecting this, and he was just preparing himself for it.
And he can probably tell that she's just like, really, again? She doesn't say it out loud.
Yeah, there's a bit of an understanding between you two.
Yeah.
Very well. Madam, sir, Miss Daphne, perhaps we should make ready as soon as we can.
Yes, I should at least have Anana look into packing for me whilst we finish preparations.
Yes, of course, and I will prepare transport for us.
Very well.
All right. And then, whoop, fast forward. You're in Quantium now. You are standing now on, a large, balcony up in the Juwali, and you are looking over at the Bandashar. The Bandashar is this, floating, building that is over the lake. If you look in that picture I sent in the open chat a little while ago, it's that, structure that's floating on, the upside-down pyramid.
Oh, nice. That's pretty.
Yeah, that's the Bandashar.
Right over the Gowanus Canal.
The building is quite beautiful, but you can already feel that it's going to be a little tricky trying to kind of snake your way inside. And as you're kind of watching the building sort of just float and slowly spin in the air, because it's kind of spinning very slowly, you hear the sound of footsteps coming behind you, and you hear Anarian's voice go, Miss Daphne, I have located a place for us to rest our heads for the night, if necessary.
Unfortunately, I believe it may be. If the schedule that we currently have at our disposal is correct, we're going to need some time to figure out who to speak with. How far is it from here?
It is not far at all, my lady. It is just a few minutes' walk.
Very good.
And as he's walking you down there, he kind of starts speaking aloud. He goes, "If it pleases you, Miss Daphne, I had done some research myself on the Council of 3 and 9. Specifically, the Council of 9, as that is the most likely individuals we should appeal ourselves to."
I was actually about to ask about that. Thank you. If you could please continue.
Of course. There is, of course, 9 representatives in the Council of 9, just as the title would suggest. 2 of the representatives are the High Clerics of the Pharasma Church and the Nethys Church. I believe the High Cleric of Pharasma is named Bralza. The High Cleric of Nethys is Tatlin. And then there is the Senior Cleric of the Demon Lord of Abraxas. The cult of Abraxas has a small dwelling here inside of Quantium, and the Senior Cleric is named Gen Hendriken. I'll write all these names down for you guys in the chat.
Oh, thank God! That means I don't have to take notes.
Yeah, I'll write all the names down for you guys, so you guys can
starting
look at
to take notes.
And then there is the Master Fade, who is, I believe, part of the well, the blade of the council. And then there is the chief advocate of the Merchants League of Nex. I believe their name is Paviro Canavri.
Now that one is interesting.
Is it, ma'am?
A bit. But we'll come back to it.
Very well. Then there are 3 other representatives who dwell outside of the capital. Most of the time, anyway. There is the master alchemist from Onipian. Their name is Borume. Then there is the principal flesh forger of Econus. Their name is Dun Palavar. And then there is the representative of the clans that dwell in the Wasteland, and I believe his name is Elemian.
What do we know of the status of the clans that dwell in the Waste?
From what I have gathered, ma'am, is that the clans are the ones that live outside of the cities. They are a large collaboration of tribes, clans, and various other communities that live outside the protected magical walls of Onipian, Econus, and Quantia. I believe that Elemian, specifically, is the chief of the Many Men, which is a tribe of flesh-forged, or flesh-warped, rather.
It's many people to be represented by one individual, with many different varying.
Yes, I would agree with you, ma'am. And I, in fact, believe that it is a bit of a point of contention within the politics of Nex, where there are so many people represented by one individual.
Well, that certainly would be a place to insert ourselves, now wouldn't it?
Potentially, ma'am. From what I understand, every fortnight the chief representative is accompanied by a caravan of various other delegates and diplomats from the various tribes, and they advise him on the issues of the Wasteland.
But even so, there are only so many opinions that we put in. And assuming the opinions aren't the majority or they're not getting what they need, oh, that's a powder keg waiting to go off, no, isn't it?
Potentially. It may be advisable that since there are so many to be represented by Elemian, that we may be able to easily slip in. There is also the potentiality that we could potentially interest the advocate of the Merchants League of the importance of this Aslanti technology, but since that is, well, I believe giving too much free information to a potential rival in the market.
If I haven't told you before, I do so love it when we're on the same page. Not to mention the fact that a representative of the merchants, well, absolutely, several of his own snakes.
Yes, and I do believe our, potential of meeting with any of the clerics would be met with obvious restriction, as we are not part of their represented religious groups.
But as you well know, I have very little patience.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, it has come to my attention that I may have potentially left out one of the representatives.
Oh.
The 9th representative is a representative from the jinns that make up Quantium's Wish. I believe they are a group of individuals who are part of the creation and the maintenance of the city's architecture. And that representative is named Tarane Mazdani.
Now that's an interesting potential in as well. why don't we focus on the representatives? Sorry, Abby is having. Oh fuck! I just said my real name.
Redacted.
Everyone ignore that.
Let's go.
No.
Wow, way
That'll
to
be
go,
beeped out in the
me.
VOD, folks.
Wow, I'm doing great.
You didn't hear anything. All you heard was pancakes.
I love that.
That's what I want the beep. Pancakes.
The
Pancakes.
problem is I've got another game at 9, and my brain went like, okay, you're in the game at 9 right now. It's like, no, you're not. Anyway, moving on. The representatives of the Outlanders and the representatives of the Jinn would be the two that I would focus on for the moment.
Very well, ma'am. And we will pull
Let's see
our
what
resources into either of those.
Let's see what information we can gather before the meeting starts.
Sorry, I'm noting down where to maybe bleep your name in the VOD.
Honestly, I wouldn't even worry about it.
Okay.
No, they're not going to be able to find me.
Oh man.
You know what I meant.
Yeah, I don't hope they don't find you either. Damn.
Just put like a little like jingle key sensor. That's where you gotta do.
Yes!
That's perfect.
Jingle keys answering. I love that.
Like, oh come on, jingle.
All right.
Hey guys, I doxed myself. Anyway, yes.
So you and Narian start walking through the Juwali, trying to find your way back to the place that Anarian has found for you guys to rest for the night. And I'm going to try and quickly get through as much as I can. So sorry, we're running low on time. This might go a little over 5. I hope it doesn't, but we'll see. But you are going through here, and now we're going to go back over to Laverna real quick. Laverna, you are... God, I'm sweating as hell. Holy shit, I am dying.
Laverna might not be available at the moment.
Okay, then we will skip Laverna. Right, because the... That's right.
Job sitters.
Yep.
I'm here.
She's there.
Oh my gosh! We hear you. How are things on the space station?
Sorry.
Oh, Shaylee.
I'm trying. Here we go.
Okay.
Okay, hang on.
Shaylee, Laverna, you and Praise for the Wasteland are walking through the Juwali now. And you guys are desperately looking for this pair of Gorons. And I will just say that the selection of people up here is incredibly diverse. There are, your humans, elves, halflings, gnomes, all kinds of people like that running around. But on top of that, there's also, like, fetchlings, people from the Shadow Plane. There are kitsune, who are openly walking out in their fox form. There are anati, and they're like spider forms walking around. There are elementals, like fire elementals that are walking around, ice elementals that are walking around as well. There are other creatures up here that you cannot quite possibly place where the fuck they're from. They look like the alien from Aliens. That are just kind of like trekking through. You see one of those every once in a while. And it's just like a wide variety of creatures, of people up here. You see several like tieflings and Aasimar as well. And you, I believe they're called Nephilim in Pathfinder.
Mm-hmm.
But Praise for the Wasteland kind of like takes like kind of like grabs your like the sleeve of your like your shirt or whatever you're wearing with your blouse, and goes, can we stop somewhere? I'm a little dizzy.
Yes, of course we can. I'm not taking this crowd too much myself. Let's go over here. and she'll lead her over to a bench if she can find one.
Yeah, there's like a little seating area you find that's like in front of like a what looks like to be some kind of like it looks like some kind of like a devil themed bed and breakfast, but it's not got actual devils. It's just run by tieflings.
Okay.
But you guys kind of sit out in front of that, and there's just like a, there's like the crowd of people going by you. There's all of like the noise of like chitter chatter, and like music being played like through like the alleyways and the buildings and stuff like that. And Praise for the Wasteland goes, oh wow, this is a lot.
It is. You don't have any other information that could possibly help us find them.
She kind of like racks her brain. I don't know. I don't know. I was sent out here by Isaac. Isaac's so much smarter than me. I feel like they should have sent him instead. He actually works with a Lemian.
You don't sell yourself short. You were smart enough to seek help.
She kind of shakes her head and goes, I don't know. I don't think I could even find my way out of a paper bag.
There's only one way in.
She goes, well, you'd think it'd be as simple as that, but I somehow find a way to mess it up.
You're okay, my dear.
Well, I don't know. She kind of looks up at you and goes, do you know anything about the many men?
Would I know anything about the many men?
You've probably heard of them. They're a large like group of fleshport people that live out in the Wasteland. You probably like your tribe probably has had dealings with them or have done work for them.
Oh, I do recall hearing about them. I think my tribe has worked with them a few times. What about them?
She kind of nods her and goes, "Oh, I just think they're great. They've been so good to us. To my tribe, I should say. I'm from a small tribe of other gnolls. We recently ranged away from the Shattered Range because it's gotten really dangerous lately. Up in the mountains, it was kind of scary up there for a while, but we decided to take our chances out here in Nex. And well, there was one day we got caught out in a mana storm, and we got saved by a few people from the Many Men. We thought they were like monsters or something because they had, one of them had like 6 arms and one was like really tall and lanky looking, but they were really nice. They showed us where we could take shelter and, hide for the night and what we should do if we see a mana storm, and they taught us a lot. And so we decided to stick around, and, well, our communities bonded. And, well, they've been nothing but good to us. And so
They are very good people.
Here I am trying to pay back some of that goodness.
And we will. We will find these Gorons.
Yeah, you're right. We will. We'll find them. And it's right around this moment, well, like you guys are like in mid discussion about Alemian and the Many Men, that Daphne, Anarian, leads you through into this area where you see this like devil-themed bed and breakfast, and you see a pair of people here, and you specifically hear this Knoll girl say something about Alemian and the many men. Daphne's not here, is she?
Sorry, I'm muted.
There you are. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Sorry, I had muted.
Yeah, Daphne, you're walking by where Laverna and Praise for the Wasteland are sitting, and you hear this Knoll girl talking about Alemian.
She'll stop and like nonchalantly listen for a second.
Anarian stops too and kind of turns around and looks at you very quizzically. Praise for the Wasteland kind of keeps talking to Laverna, and she goes, "Yeah, I think you'd like Isaac, Miss. He's really nice. I think he knows a lot of the Azkadakis too. I think he talked about trying to get the Azkadakis to join us in the Many Men, so that Alemian would look over them. But I don't know."
Well, my tribe probably would have joined.
Probably. Kind of looks at you like, that's kind of a weird thing to say.
She just looks away.
She goes, well, maybe we should try going towards the Noezi to see if we can find the Goran diplomat. Otherwise, I don't know what we're gonna do if we can't bring. We gotta bring them back to Alemian.
Yeah.
This is a good point to step in.
All right.
Yes. We should.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Prey just looks up and goes, "Oh, yes? Can I help you?"
Yes, apologies, I'm Daphne. And she, puts on a bit of a sheepish look.
Okay.
I apologize, but I couldn't help overhearing. Is everything all right?
Prey looks over at you, Laverna. Like, she wants to let you answer.
Sorry, I was dealing with the dog. What was that?
Is everything all right?
I believe so.
And then Prey kind of looks up at you, Daphne, and goes, "Oh, we're okay. We're just we're looking for someone."
A diplomat, from what I heard.
Yeah, they're a delegate, I think. Do you know them?
Possibly not personally, but as a diplomat myself, I wanted to offer my assistance in finding them.
Oh, you're also a diplomat?
Yes. I'm not from around here, but, well, cities are cities. It's not difficult to find someone if you know the right place to look.
Oh, well, I'm currently been tasked to find some people to help our delegation. We have a political caravan coming to Quantium for one of the meetings for the Council of 3 and 9. And we were supposed to meet a couple of Gorans, and, well, we can't find them.
That sounds like a bit of a problem if they're... Sorry, let me try that again. Well, that's a bit of a problem. Do you know their names by any chance?
I believe that the Goran diplomat is called Briar. I'm not sure what the other one's name is, though. They didn't tell me.
Mm-hmm. At that point, she will look over her shoulder at, I can't remember his name because I'm terrible at names.
Anarian.
Anarian. And wave him over. She assumes he's been listening the whole time.
He has. Yes, Miss Duffy.
Would you please put out some feelers to see if we can't help these two?
If I'm not mistaken, ma'am, I believe I saw the two mentioned just a few moments ago.
Ah, were they part of that? And she'll just wave off that group that we passed earlier.
Yes, I believe so.
And she'll put on sort of like it's a very diplomatic smile. Well, then I believe the two of you might just be in luck.
Oh, really? You she kind of looks around like, what? Why? Why are we in luck?
Well, we apparently just passed by them, and I'm certain that Narian would be able to get us back there.
Yeah, Narian takes his cue and steps forward and bows and goes, "If it would please the two young ladies, if you would simply follow me, I can lead you to where I last saw the pair of Gorons that I believe you are seeking."
And while we walk, perhaps you could tell me more about the caravan and why it's coming. I'm very interested to find out what's going on.
You will be very pleased to know that Miss Daphne is a very well-experienced delegate and would be a boon to any political caravan.
Wonderful.
And Praise for the Wasteland just kind of like claps her hands together and go, "Oh, did you hear that, Laverna? That's so exciting."
I did.
So let's see if we can't come to some sort of assistance to your issue.
Yes, of course. Well, let's walk and talk, I guess. And she stands up and kind of gestures for Laverna. All right, let's see if we can find those two.
Of course.
And as you guys are walking, Prey just kind of describes more about the many men, and she goes, "Our chief representative is a flesh-warped man named Elemian. He represents a lot of the tribes and clans and other communities that live out in the Wasteland. A lot of them are kind of left disenfranchised by the people that live in the city. But since we've had a lot of representation lately with Elemian, one of the Council of Three has been, well, much more kind to our people lately, so we have a lot more freedoms these days, at least from what I understand, historically. And, well, we're hoping to meet about something serious. I'm not exactly sure. But a lot of the other delegates were kind of tense, but I just figured it was very important, so that's why I'm out here trying to get us some help."
You're definitely doing the right thing. A tense delegation is never a good sign.
Yes, it's so stressful at night in the meeting tents. They go on in long hours of the night discussing how they're going to try to convince the other factions, but, well, I trust that Elemian has it all under control.
From everything that I've heard, he's extremely capable. Having so many people under your purview does sometimes make it difficult for someone in that position.
Yeah.
But that's the reason that you bring things to someone's attention.
Yeah. And, she kind of goes along, like, she doesn't quite fully understand exactly what all you're saying, but she knows that it's, like, in line with what she agrees with. You guys, this little group is, like, kind of going down through the walkways of the Juwali, and Streaky, Veter, and Briar are both, like, kind of, like, strolling through the Juwali, looking around for, like, the person they're looking for, and you guys are kind of like coming and meeting each other in the middle of this hallway, this like walkway, and you spot this like little group of like people that are coming towards you, and Briar kind of leans over and you goes, I think that's Knoll woman there is the woman we're looking for. She's got the kind of dress I would expect from people of the many men. Although I don't know who all these others are.
Perhaps others coming to assist.
Your guess is as good as mine. Well, put your political face on if you have one. And he kind of like steps forward and goes, hello, you must be Praise for the Wasteland, correct? And Bray kind of steps forward and goes, oh yeah, that's me. Are you Briar? The one and only, as far as I know. And this here is a very trusted friend of mine. His name is Vider. Vider, introduce yourself.
Hello. He just has like a stern face. Just like, I couldn't care less being here kind of look. Just like, I thought you say like, have a polite face. No.
Yeah, he kind of laughs and goes, and he kind of puts his hand on his shoulder, on your shoulder, Vider, and goes, he's not very social, but he is a wonderful help. Please, Praise for the Wasteland. Introduce us to your friends. To whom do we owe the honor of welcoming into the city of Quantium? And Praise kind of starts with Laverna and goes, this is Laverna. She's some help that I've hired from a village north of Quantium. She's a Azkadaki catfolk. Laverna, and gestures to you. Say hi.
It is a pleasure to meet you. And to put a face to the name.
And then she gestures to Daphne and Arian, and these two,
I've got this one, don't you worry.
Okay. And she goes, okay.
Daphne Haleth of Magambia, it's a pleasure. We happen to find your cohorts slightly turned around, and I've been listening to what's going on, and as a diplomat myself, I'm very curious to see what assistance I might be able to bring to the table.
Yeah. And Prey kind of goes, yep, that's pretty much it. We just met them. They're nice, though.
I just gave like Briar a side-eye look, just like she said, diplomat, just like, really?
Yeah, he just kind of gives you like a, kind of like, he doesn't really give you a side-eye look, but he kind of gives you another like look back, like, listen, man. Like, he's kind of like I didn't fucking know about this either.
I can already deal with one politician. You're one of them.
Like, he does a thing where like,
deals one politician and you're it.
Yeah. He kind of does a thing where he looks at you and like raises his like eyebrows a little bit and kind of smiles, goes like, "Yep." He's like, "Oh, fuck. I'm like, fuck if I know, man." But he kind of goes like, "Oh well, that is all well and good. The more the merrier, I say." Miss Praise for the Wasteland, I believe we are to discuss the finalities of the pay for the escort, and of course for the advisory fee from the other delegates. Prey kind of goes, "Oh, yeah. Actually, can we do this outside of the city? It's so..." And she kind of looks around, and like a fucking like like an actual walking, like a cloud that has feet and was walking through the fucking hallway, just kind of walks past with like little bolts of electricity kind of shooting off of it, kind of walks past your group. Can we do this outside?
I agree. This city is getting to me.
It is quite a bit if it's your first time. and she'll kind of look over to Vidar and Fire with just it's to look like, yeah, this isn't my first time. I understand where they're coming from, but leaving the decision in their hands because their deal.
All right. So in the expedience of time, because we are almost at 5 o'clock, I want to try to quickly. We've not even introduced Crow, so I'm going to say this is what happens. You guys leave Quantum as this big group. You guys hashed out some details and stuff with praise for the Wasteland, and you guys head out of Quantum towards the political caravan. You guys are like going to head and meet up with them before they reach the city. Where you're going to go where they are camped out and, report back with praise for the Wasteland. So, with all that in mind, you guys kind of hash things out, you meet each other, yada, yada, yada. Now, since that's done, Daphne, please describe your character.
I was wondering. Okay. So Daphne is an elf, pointy ears, somewhat pale skin. You guys can see the picture. One thing to know about her is that she is she's short. She's like 5'1", 5'1.5". She's not as short as a gnome, but she's very short for an elf. Which is probably because her mother is also short. Right now, she doesn't have them on her, but she has a pair of swords that are usually at her back. She's got red hair, bluish eyes. In that way, takes after her dad. And yeah, that's her.
All right, awesome.
She's short.
Then we'll
And is definitely going to make fun of you for being shorter than her and being an elf.
Oh, don't worry. She makes up with it with her fighting skill.
Okay. All right. Now
Small person, big blade.
We are going to have a change of gears here. Also, at any point, if you guys Shaylin, if you need to leave, actually leave, then you are okay. You don't have any more obligation from here on if you need to go.
Yeah, I was gonna say I gotta go.
Yeah, so go ahead. Everyone say bye to Shaylin. Bye, Shaylin.
Bye, Shaylin. Have a good night.
Bye-bye.
I'm just gonna mute because reasons.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is going to go over a little bit longer. Probably going to be another 30 or 45 minutes at
That's
most.
fine.
It's fine. We can speed blitz it.
We're what you call a captive audience.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know how to cut off, and I'm having a great time, so.
I am too. This is amazing.
Well, I'm glad you guys are having a good time. I'm sweating buckets.
Fuck.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that we need to do a fundraiser to get you a baby robot air conditioner.
I have taken off my shirt. I'm not afraid to let you guys know that.
That's so real, though.
I had to. I'm sorry.
I was wearing a Hawaiian shirt, but it is now drenched and sitting on my bed.
The horror.
Aloha, oi.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We are going to change gears, and we are going to zoom out of Nex. Flying across the wind over the Miasmir, the nasty fucking bay that Quantium sits on, down along the Elimnian River until it branches into the Ustrati River, following it down south and west until we get to the city of Ekanus. I do not have the map of Ekanus right now. I apologize. I will have that in the future. But we go to the city of Ekanus. The difference between Ekanus and Quantium is, well, pretty palpable. Because Quantium is a very cosmopolitan city with all kinds of fancy flair, magical sensations, the crazy comforts and magical laboratories and the unique individuals that live there in Quantum and frequently visit there. To Ekanus, the very sort of grim air, dim lit, sort of military-like citizenry of the city. As Econus serves a much different function than Quantium, as Econus was built as the first and final stronghold of Nex against Geb. And its military history runs deep in its culture. And let's see. If I can quickly find this in the book. I know I'm going to go read in the book. This is eating up our valuable time, Scrub. What the fuck?
How dare you use
Guys,
your
he's reading the book.
resources,
How dare you
motherfucker?
properly use the resources you need.
How dare you?
Believe me, guys,
Not being a literal computer and memorizing everything.
I'm actively
Yeah.
cringing. I'm actively cringing right now.
Oh,
Well, I'm anti-cringing, so it gets to net zero.
it's just straight cringe now. Not advantage cringe or disadvantage cringe.
Yeah.
Just enjoy it.
Yeah.
But one of the most notable features of Econus is the flesh forges. The flesh forges are essentially buildings, pieces of infrastructure that is built into the city that is like a magical building that is designed to create flesh-warped titans and release them from the walls of the city, to have them wander the wasteland, to basically act as like a passive defense against the creatures that live in the Mana Waste to the south. It's like Attack on Titan, where that fucking one country just makes titans and releases them up on the island. You know what I mean?
Nice.
Kind of like
Good
that.
plan, guys.
Well, that's the end of the campaign. See you.
Good night, everybody.
Excuse me, the fuck?
Yeah, they make horrible, nasty, like flesh-warped monsters, release them into the wasteland.
Don't call them nasty, they're lovely.
Oh God, this is our
Here we
doctor.
meet Crow's character.
This is our doctor, guys.
Well, unfortunately, Crow, I have not met any of them personally, so I can't attest to that. So,
Well, maybe you shouldn't assume.
Some of my best friends are monsters. Damn it.
My sister's best friend's husband is a monster. Thank you very much.
I can't be racist, guys. What am I? But what you guys should know is that Econus has a bit of a growing issue, literally growing issue within its walls.
Oh, that's awful.
Well,
Why do you say it like that?
one of
Seriously.
the flesh forges, well, it malfunctioned a bit. And instead of spewing out creatures out of its walls periodically, it instead kind of, well, it exploded. I guess would be the technical term for it. And a writhing mass of living flesh is now slowly crawling across the southeastern quarter of Econus.
Oops, all epidermis.
This is called the evisceration of Econus. And so, that is kind of an issue for the people of Econus. But they are well prepared for dealing with it, as they are sort of a more military-like, citizenry. However, found amongst the evisceration, as like the evisceration had happened, and I believe it happened. When did it happen?
Somewhere between 10 and 25 years ago, if I remember correctly from the book. But I can't quote you exactly.
Right. Thank you. So about, I'm just going to cut it down the middle, about 20 years ago, the evisceration happened. And whenever it first happened, there were rescue operations that were going out throughout the southeast quarter of the city. As the Vis had, destroyed a large chunk of, infrastructure and buildings just outright. And there were, smaller creatures that were being created inside of the evisceration that were causing havoc inside the walls. And so, also, by the way, I just noticed, hey, Raiders from Zaf. Sorry, I can't really, I'm in the middle of narration, but thank you for joining. I appreciate you joining. I want to acknowledge that. Hey, guys. The evisceration was like an endemic issue for the city. And it's a city it's like an issue that they're trying to stay on top of and not kind of blow out of proportion, as they don't want it getting out to the rest of Nex. They don't want people to know how bad it really is. Which is kind of like an open
Chernobyl.
It's kind of like an open secret in Equinus.
Meet Chernobyl.
Meet Chernobyl.
But one of those people that were rescued from the southeast quarter of the city was a young man named Adros. Right? That's how I say your name?
Adros.
Adros. Adros was a young man who was saved from the city. Adros, you don't remember a whole lot from those days. You just remember sort of the loud noise outside and the sound of something like just like rocks crumbling and wood splintering outside. And then you just remember a group of people wearing these military uniforms coming inside of the house that you were hiding in and pulling you and taking you away. You don't really remember a whole lot before that. It's a bit of a mystery to you. And the explanations that you've been given for why that may be, has been many and varied. Some explanations sort of talk about maybe it's some kind of traumatic amnesia. Some people think that maybe the magic from the evisceration caused some kind of cognitive issues. Or some people just think that you may have just straight up forgotten. Who knows? But what you do know is that you are a proud ward of Equinus, and you've joined as one of the initiatives for the Equinusian military. They have a partly mandatory program where young men and women and non-binary individuals, don't want to exclude anyone.
Everyone's allowed to be a militant here.
Exactly. Are sort of either begrudgingly or encouragingly entered into the Equinusian military.
The shaping, as it's called.
Yes. The shaping. Where they, shape you into a better individual. Make you into a better person, suited to defend Equinus and make Nex proud. With all that being said, though, Adros, what do you think of Equinus, and what do you think about your purpose in this city?
It's the love you have for someone who's dying.
Oh my god. Okay.
He's not stupid. He knows that, the awful's getting worse. And as much as people are trying, he's afraid it's going to get much, much worse. And so, he's a mix of, that feeling of, absolute love, since this is his home. He's lived here his entire life. He was saved, fundamentally, by Equinus.
Mm-hmm.
By, technically, the military, but by the people of Equinus, at least to him. And so he loves his home. Truly and fully. Even if he doesn't like some aspects of the... not militism, but fanaticism.
Yeah, it's a bit of a national pride.
Yes.
Something you are happy to be a part of.
Yes, exactly.
But that's not always been the easiest thing for you, at least. At least, like, you've had some troubles in life. Specifically, you've always had, like, the big mystery of, like, you know, your family before when you joined. It's not really bothered you a whole lot, but it does, like, you know, make you think sometimes. And then there's also this, like... There is, like, another part of you that feels like, you know, you feel like some kind of yearning for something. And whenever you were especially young, sometimes at night you would sort of set up in one of the tall, like, ward towers, looking out over the city. You could see the awful, like, being slowly, like, kind of like glistening in, like, the sunset sun, like the sun of the sunset, the light of the sunset. God damn.
The evening sun.
The evening sun. The glistening flesh crawling over the city. That's slowly being, like, you know, fought back by the other wards. You would look past that southern wall, out into the Mono Wastes, and you could never see anything out there that would interest you, or anything that you thought, you know, you could see out there that was important. But there was a part of you that almost felt like there was something beyond the desert, the wasteland, that was waiting for you. You couldn't quite explain it. And, you know, some days you wouldn't think about it at all. Other days you would just kind of be caught sort of like in a quiet moment staring off to the south, and someone would snap you out of it. One of your buddies that is also going through the shaping with you is a Dromar, a half-orc, guy named Conrad. He's you know, another initiate in the sort of Echinosian shaping. He's just a, you know, your standard half-orc, olive skin, tall, kind of lean, but, you know, well built. And he has this, like, straw-colored hair that he has, like, kind of, like, the sides of his head are shaved, but like his straw-colored hair is, like, kind of tied up in, like, a top. Like,
A wolf cut.
Yeah, like a wolf cut. You know, every once in a while he would catch you staring off and kind of, like, wake you back up. And he would, you know, there's been several times where he goes like, "Hey, Idris, you okay?"
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, all right, we got shit to do, man. You guys get back to it.
Bad sleep.
But then there was one night where you guys were out on, like, actual, like, patrol outside of the city. The officer that was, like, kind of patrolling you guys outside of the city was like basically doing, like, a survival, you know, like, training for you guys, teaching you about, like, the wasteland, teaching you about, like, the creatures, the flesh warp creatures that are out there. And let's see, Adros, why don't you roll a survival check for me?
You got it, boss man. I presume public.
Yes.
Damnable. Why aren't you? This damnable thing. There we go.
Let's go.
Let's fucking go, dude.
All right.
He's a nerd. He studied well.
I'm starting to think that the other side may have cursed our dice.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know. That was a nat 20.
Other than him. Something about the
flush.
flush.
Well,
Yeah.
Adros, like you said, you are well studied. You have been preparing for, like, these kinds of, like, trips for, like, a large portion of your, like, you know, large portion of your shaping. You know that just like before the instructor's even like teaching anything about this, you're even like offering the instructor help. You're one of those guys right here. Like, oh, actually, sir, you forgot about this, kind of deal, where it's like
Literally me.
you know quite a bit about like the mono wastes, what's out there specifically. You know that there are like, of course, there are like the flesh warp titans that the city sort of like releases periodically. Of course, the city's not been releasing very many lately, as it's been a much more peaceful time, despite tensions rising between Geb and Nex. There's still on paper peace between the two countries, and so there's been no real reason to run the flesh forges. And there's been a lot of like political pressure to make sure that there's no like signs of aggression from the country of Nex. There's not just that. There is also bandits and raiders and stuff that live out here in the Waste as well. Though they're not as much of a like real threat, as they tend to stay away from the cities, and they're pretty obvious once you've once you notice them. The real issue is the giants that live in the Mono Wastes, because the raiders and the bandits, they can at least be potentially reasoned with. They're typically desperate enough that they'll just like take like your food, your money, anything useful from you, and then just leave you and not kill you. The giants that live out in the Mono Wastes, though, are fanatics. They have a cult that revolves around the monostorms. They have this sort of like zealotry when it comes to the changes that the monostorms can make on the biological body. And so a lot of these giants, they brandish and hold all of these like mutations that they've gotten from these storms as like badges of office, like badges of honor. And usually the more grotesque and horrifying the mutation, the more well looked upon it is. And so these are the real danger, because if you run into one of these flesh warp giants, they won't just like take your stuff and leave you alone. They will take you and force you into one of the monostorms and force you into a flesh warp sort of like, transformation to have you, become one of them. Though they're not that numerous, as obviously with this, fascination with the monostorms, it tends to be fatal a lot of times, as the mutations they gain are often, can't sustain their life any longer. So you know a lot about that, a lot about the monostorms and how like they quickly can descend upon you and make your life a living hell. But you also know that further south is Alkenstar, the Duchy of Alkenstar, which is under the thumb of Nex. And then even further south is Geb. And the northernmost city of Geb is Elid, which is kind of like the Geb version of Ekonus, a military outpost city meant to serve as like a stalwart sort of like foothold against its northern neighbor. It is during this training exercise. The end of this training exercise is supposed to be where you guys actually camp out here in the wilderness, out in the Mono Wastes. And then you guys are supposed to get up in the morning and come back to Ekonus and continue your shaping. However, that night, as you are sort of like setting up your tent with Conrad, you guys have been kind of paired up, buddied up, part of this exercise, which is, a common thing that occurs. You and Conrad get buddied up pretty often.
power of friendship.
Exactly. And Conrad is kind of like setting up the tent, and he goes, "Hey, Adros, I think I might have left our bedrolls over by where the caravan is. You think you can go over and grab them for me?"
Oh, of course. As Adris will sort of like, probably he was busying himself, making sure, if there was any sort of like campfire or anything like that, making sure that was snuffed out for safety and all that, and then he'll get up and start walking over to that caravan, make sure that they have all their supplies, of course.
Yeah, you're kind of walking through this, you're kind of in like this small gully. You're kind of like flanked on either side by like these craggy, rocky hills. And the caravan you guys came in on, it was just a couple of wagons you guys brought out here. The riding lizards you guys have brought up with you have been like kind of, they've already taken off their harnesses and set them out to rest and give them like food and water and stuff like that. And you kind of walk over to one of the carriages, and yeah, sure enough, there's still quite a few like of the bedrolls left up here, and you find yours and Conrad's. You guys have both have like your own like unique ones that you're supposed to keep up with, and you're kind of like fiddling with the bedrolls and looking at all the other supplies that have been left up in here. You're kind of cataloging it in your head in case you've got like this kind of mind where you're like, oh yeah, I'll kind of keep track of all this stuff just in case it's important.
Yeah, sort of this much water, this much that, all that jazz.
Yeah. There's a lot of lists and just like protocols and checklists that you're kind of going through that you kind of have had drilled in your from the shaping. And as you're kind of doing all this, your mind starts to wander, and you start to feel this sort of it feels like a kind of like the reverberations of a bell after it's been struck, like a almost like almost like a tinnitus, but not quite like that. It's more of like a thicker timbre of just like this wave of just like this ringing. And it feels like it's coming over like one of the rocky outcroppings that is sort of flanking the campsite.
Adris would just somewhat subconsciously just start... that sort of walk when you're not really thinking? So just moving towards it, almost somewhere between not knowing what he's doing and not even realizing he's moving at all.
Yeah, you've kind of just let your subconscious kind of take over, your curiosity. This is whatever the hell that is, and you start to realize that this ringing doesn't it's obviously coming from outside, it's coming from like south over this hill, and you feel like this it's reverberating, it's vibrating, not just your ears and your head, but you can feel it's in your stomach as well. There's some kind of you feel like your stomach starts to tighten and react to the sound.
Like sickness, or in a less what's the term? In a less malevolent way, for lack of better terminology.
It's not really malevolent. It's more like your body is preparing for something. It's kind of like how your body if your body knows it's going to throw up, it kind of fills your mouth with saliva. Your body's it feels like it's tightening, it's preparing for some kind of some kind of event, something that your brain, your mind, your cognitive senses don't quite understand, but you're already kind of in this automated walking as you're heading up this hill, you're kind of climbing. You're now kind of like scuffing your boots and your uniform now, which would, you don't. That's not normally something you would do on purpose, as you want to keep clean, keep a clean uniform. But you're kind of getting up here, and you walk past like a several of these like thick brushes on top of this hill, and you just look out over the hill, and you just see the sun going down over here on your west side, on your right side. And it just feels like there's something out there. You can't shake the feeling that there's something out there. And it's not just something that's like out there and it's like, you're aware of it. It's like something is out there, you know it's there, and it knows you're there. And that's when you finally hear it. Hadros. You hear a voice call out from over the desert. It calls your name. Hadros. It almost sounds like it's just the wind calling for you, but you know it's somebody. And before you even realize what's happening, you're already climbing down the hill.
Yeah, I suppose moving practiced, I suppose, because of the military teachings of the shapings. Of the shaping, not the shapings. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
he follows it just instinctively.
You start heading down the hill. Like what, there's a lot of the curiosity here as well, but there's also like, there is a part of you that makes this feel natural, which is the strangest part to you, because this is, to any normal person, any like individual with, normal conscious brain activity knows, yeah, that's fucking weird. But to you, Adros, the strangest thing to you is how normal it feels. This feels natural.
I suppose Adros is sort of justifying to himself of like, well, this has to make sense. It's not like I'm going crazy. And even then, Conrad would fully understand. I heard a voice on the wind. Maybe it was someone calling for help. Maybe it was something else.
Yeah, there's all kinds of like justifications going through your head. It's like, well, I'll just go until I figure out what it is and come back. I'll be right back. It'll be okay. If worse comes to worse, I'm trained to survive out here. It'll be all right. And then it's like more and more
Nothing
like
could possibly go wrong.
Yeah, it's like more and more like crazy justification where it's like, well, if I'm not back by tonight, I could find my way back to Ekanus. Maybe I can, maybe I can get a caravan back or something. And it's just like you're just gonna keep walking, and now like your thoughts have kind of subsided a bit as you just let like the automation occur. There's now, instead of just like the curiosity, there is the yearning again.
Like a deep pit. Something empty. I suppose that's how Adros would feel it.
Yeah. There's just something out there that you're missing. And so you head towards it. And the only reason you are broken out of this sort of trance is because you have been struck by lightning.
God damn.
My brother
Lightning
Christ,
that hates you specifically.
Yeah. Sometimes
that
it's
guy.
just how
Fuck that guy.
Before you even know it, you have wandered right into the center of a mana storm. You kind of come back to the realization just as you watch the right half of your body get completely just scorched black by a lightning bolt that strikes you. You see your uniform has like a large hole like in your shoulder, like right above like your right like right below your right side of your collarbone. You see there's a large hole where the fabric has just been completely eviscerated, like it's just been scorched off,
burned away.
Yeah. The lightning bolt fucking strikes you right there below your collarbone, and you see there is your ribs like looking up at you through this like hole in your clothes.
No, that should not be. Just do not ring.
And then as you are looking down at it, you see there is a sort of haze of like purple and blue that travels up from your fingertips along your arm. And your eyes start to like fade a bit as like this like an immense amount of like energy, like electrical and magical, is like sort of like forming around you, and like it struck you exactly like it struck you. You're having like flashes of light in your eyes, as if it's like a you know, like radiation like hitting your eyes, like specks of light that have basically pierced your cornea and have caused you to temporarily go blind for a little bit.
A whiteout. Amazing.
Yeah, you are having a whiteout. And you are experiencing the most excruciating pain you've ever felt in your life. I'm explaining this slowly so you understand exactly what is happening to you.
Best I describe it as because I won't be doing, because I want to have my voice by the end of this session, but Adris is probably screeching as loud as a human possibly can.
Very understood. Very well understood. Now, just for funsies, I want you to roll a fortitude save.
You got it, boss man. Let me remove that part of it, since that would not be an aspect of the thing yet. No, God, wretched thing. Why won't you? Fine, just imagine it's -1, it won't allow me to make it.
Okay.
There you go. So it would be 13, not 14. Because it didn't allow me to remove the circumstance bonus.
You feel your legs give out as you hit the ground. You can feel like basically like sand blasting the side of your head as you like are being pushed over by the wind. And obviously from this amount of pain and from this amount of energy that you've just absorbed, you pass out. And in your dreams, your unconscious dreams, you hear the voice again, one last time. Except it's no longer a voice on the wind. It is a much more like understandable, palpable voice. Hey, Dros, my boy. Come to me.
I suppose, like, in the dream, as it were. I suppose the only option Adris has in this moment, since I presume the pain is still partially there, just curls up. Doesn't move at all.
Yeah.
Doesn't go away, doesn't go to, just curls.
Yeah, whatever this sort of like force or voice or whatever this like urge that you've had that caused you to go out into the fucking mono wastes has been completely interrupted by just a standard mana storm. A lightning bolt strikes you as you were in your stupor. And now that it's done that, you've kind of both come to and, of course, went unconscious at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But you awaken after a while. You hear the sound of another familiar voice. This one is not the voice in the wind. It's the voice of Conrad. You just hear the sound of his distant yelling as he shouts, Hadros! Hadros!
Suppose Adros now in a partial state, still blind, as you said, and with his legs given out under him. He starts to drag himself to the voice, calling out weakly, probably muffled by burning of his own skin and flesh. God, I'm here.
Yeah, you start to like try to claw your way towards the voice, and then it's a few minutes of that as you're like kind of crawling, calling back, and you finally hear Conrad go, Hadros! As he's like a lot closer now, and he goes, oh shit! And you can't see him obviously because you've got like this blindness. He lifts. You feel him like pick you up like from under like your shoulders, like both your shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
And he lifts you up, and you are immediately shot with like this immense pain as he touches you.
No, don't.
He's like shut the fuck up! I'm trying to get you back. Oh my god, what happened?
It was calling the storm.
You're not making it. It just kind of goes, oh, shit! Help! I found him! And after a while, you start to hear the sounds of like more footsteps running towards you guys, and you start to feel that like all too familiar feeling of like healing magic being applied to you, as it soothes the burning and like the immense amount of like just like like flesh damage you've taken. It doesn't replenish your sight at this point in time, as you're still kind of just like lost in the void right now. It's just bright right now, and you're finally led back to the camp, and you hear the instructor talking to one of like the other the medic on staff, like the cleric on staff, and they're basically discussing that they're going to have to send you back to Ekanus tonight before, like, you're not camping out here, obviously. Send you back tonight, and to put you on like medical, like care, and you can't really see how bad it is, but just judging by the reactions from Conrad and by the cleric, it's bad.
I presume most of the body at this point is numb because of everything that happened.
Yeah, you've
the frying of the nerves and then the healing of it.
Yeah, you've got like a huge dose of positive energy that went through your body. You're pretty well like stitched up from what you can tell, but they're still making it seem like there's something bad that's happened to you. It doesn't feel like you've lost a limb or anything like that. Like you can move both your legs. You notice those. Both your arms are there. Your blindness right now sucks, but you can already tell that some of the light is going away, and you can actually you're starting to see shapes again, like figures of people. So you're not too alarmed about that yet.
Those almost like poking at a dead animal. He puts a hand to his own chest, trying to feel if is it still somewhat like, peeling at a scab, is it still burned? Is it right? Is it correct again?
There's something that's not right. And I think this is something that you are a little more qualified to describe to us.
Exactly. Chitinous. Almost insectile in feeling. Small puffs of what feels almost like ever so thin hairs. Nearly soft to the touch. But cold. Far too cold. Feeling almost corpse-like. Pallid, even. There's even a light clicking as he moves his right arm. New pieces of a body that don't fit just right yet.
So,
as for what it looks like, he doesn't know.
Yeah. Not yet, at least. And from your nat 20 survival check earlier, I'm appalled to let you know that you are horrified that you understand exactly what has happened to you. You have been struck by a lightning bolt of a monostorm, and you have been naturally, or rather unnaturally, magically flesh warped. Your flesh is your own, but it has completely changed in some manner that you don't quite understand until you get a good look at it.
He was one of the I suppose there's some level of like sheer obscene horror and yet relief. Somehow he didn't fucking die.
Yeah, that is not lost on you, I don't think. Just like the chances that you did something like so like uncharacteristically like absent-minded, like something stupid. You could have realistically just died, or even worse, gotten a much more like
visceral,
miserable, visceral like mutation, and you seem to have gotten away almost with like just a slap on the wrist, which is, I think, to a person with your kind of volition, with your kind of like discipline as like a military like ward of the shaping, it's almost like an even greater like shame that this like great lapse in judgment and lapse of like character, you've only been met with just a small somewhat punishment in return. You should be dead or worse, but it's seemingly not that bad. But it just doesn't seem that bad to you yet. The implications of all of this has not dawned on you quite yet. Yes, you may be a flesh warp now, but there's something else inside you that even you do not know that is also flesh warped as well.
Not the gremlin DM laugh.
Oh my god, that was perfect! Wait,
puberty hits everyone differently, sometimes you're 15 and get struck by lightning.
Wait, does this mean that you get another bar mitzvah?
Yes, please.
That'll be great. Don't use me as a chair, I swear to fuck.
Well, now that you said something,
No.
Just part of you.
I
need part of you.
part of you. We don't need all of you.
Leave my bits and parts alone.
You're a log!
No. Just wait until the arc comes out. Then you'll see.
Absolutely.
Just wait. Just you wait.
You'll be less of a log then.
Yeah. Wait. I don't like this. What I choose.
All right. Moving on from that, you do regain your vision, Adros. You do regain your vision. It's it doesn't seem like it's any worse than what it was, which is a temporary issue. But yeah, your whole, trunk of your body has been flesh warped. Thankfully, you don't have like another set of arms, or like any sort of like extra organs hanging off you, or anything like that. Like no
Ribs piercing through the lungs or anything like that.
Yeah, you don't have like a spleen hanging off of your like armpit or something like something nasty.
Congratulations, you now have 16 appendixes.
And they're all gonna get it.
Yeah, they all need to be removed now.
You've got 12 additional gallbladders, and they've been pre-filled with stones.
You got 5 additional weenuses. Have fun with that.
Oh,
Good news
wow.
is you're already proficient. Bad news is this is gonna suck.
It's almost like a loot box opening.
Oh my god, I love this group.
Oh my god, a third kidney. That's a rare drop.
Congratulations, now you can sell one of them.
The legendary second heart.
You wake up in an ice bath and you don't actually have to worry.
Oh wow, your stomach lining's green. That's a cool skin.
Oh, no one's ever gonna see it.
Yeah, but he'll
For
know.
now.
He'll know.
Yeah, come on. That's what matters.
Oh boy.
All right. So, well, Crow, how does Adros kind of continue on from here? Like, what's his like? What's his?
That's the only thing he can. Really.
Yeah, what's his thoughts right now?
He's terrified. He's filled with a sense of almost guilt. People have done smarter things, or at the very least less stupid things, and have been punished 1,000 times worse. And yet here he is, still breathing, not a globule of sinew and bone on this desert sand. Still, by all intents and purposes, human. Well, not exactly, but alive at the very least. He can walk. He can talk. His hands still work. His eyes still function. And he does the only thing he really can. He falls back on what he knows, on learning, on focusing on the shaping, on being a better person, as it were. What else do you do when you get turned into a monster, right?
During this, I'm going. Let's see. 1 second. I'm going to refer to the book real quick. Excuse me.
The audible glasses push onto the bridge of the
I love
nose.
that.
Yeah, it was so good.
Sorry, I'm just
Dude, you
imagining
could be a
like
voice actor. Wait.
Hey guys, did you know I'm a voice actor?
No!
Just in case you were unaware.
Never.
Scrubosaurus.
All I could just imagine is just a gator just like launched out, and just the end of it is the glasses. They're not up close to the eyes. They're just like at the end of the You rest your glasses on the bridge of the nose, and
It's like right, the little nostril holes are right there, and it's just right above them.
I was actually picturing several different glasses.
It's like layered.
Because then you got like actual transition lens.
It's like
Oh my
it's
God.
like those Victorian steampunk style snipers where
Yeah.
Oh my
snipers
God.
and it's like instead of like
Like
one, it's
Yes.
like a bunch of
glasses.
glasses. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's just like they all flip up. He's just like, all right, let me put my glasses.
Glasses, monocle.
Monocle. Yes. The monocle is for high detail.
Yes, it is.
All right. So for the sake of time, I'm gonna kind of go a little speedy here, but essentially, Crow, Adros, after like that, near-death experience, and like this crazy scenario that he can't quite explain himself, you are severely impacted. There's a lot of like just a sense of self that has been completely altered in you, and it is clearly shown in your performance in your daily tasks. And there's a point where Conrad kind of pulls you aside and goes, "Hey, Adros, I know you're still kind of recovering from, what happened, but you're gonna have to like do something about it, man, because they're hard. The instructor's talking. They're thinking of putting you through the mind streaming process."
What? I was just a fool. I didn't. No, that doesn't make any sense. What? Okay.
He just kind of like holds out his hands like, "Oh, okay, settle down. Listen, I'm just letting you know that that's what they're considering because you've been underperforming lately, and I know it was traumatic. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not like a therapist or anything, but just like, listen. I think you need to get out of Ekinus for a little while. Ask the instructor to give you some time away from the city."
Thank you.
Yeah, listen, it's all right. I'll vouch for you. He kind of like pats his uniform a little bit and goes, "I've been doing a little bit of research myself. I hear there's kind of looks around, make sure no one's listening. I hear there's a tribe of flesh-wort people out there that call the Many Men. Maybe you can kind of go out there and see if we can learn something from them."
That would probably be a good idea. At the very least, I could use the justification learning to use my new body as it was my own.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
That one?
He's kind of like, you can kind of tell he's in that position where he's like, he wants to like make sure you're okay, but he's also like doesn't know if he's like up to the task here. It's like
very bad situation, as the kids say.
Yeah, he's like, it's like you guys have been like basically like working together for a long time. And he knows you very well. It's just that you guys, like, it's not like you guys know each other like very personally, though. It's like you have a coworker that you've like worked with for like years, but like you've never like hung out with him outside of like work. It's like it's kind of like that vibe where it's like he would consider you a friend, but friend in like the context of Ekinus is, well, different.
Yeah.
You guys are like co-wards. You're like shaped siblings. He's like,
he's a friend from work.
Yeah, he's like, yeah. I wish I could help you more here, bud. But
You've already done so very much. If you hadn't found me, I would have died in the sand.
Yeah.
That alone is worth its weight in gold.
Yeah, he kind of puts his hand on your shoulders and goes, "Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, Nadros. I don't know what I would do without you if you were gone. So, consider this a task to go out and, well, learn more about yourself and figure things out. And then come back, and then hopefully by then, maybe I'll no longer be an initiate, and I can welcome you.
Maybe. Knowing you, you'll be right up there. It'll sort of like give a somewhere between like derisive and like actually happy giggle, and sort of do that light, like sort of thump to the shoulder, like, I wish you luck, sort of deal.
Well, let's go talk to the cleric and see if we can get them to give us a leave of absence free. And I'll help you pack your stuff and get you all ready and stuff like that.
Thank you, Conrad. Sort of. Goes Adris will, he'll head over to where he hopefully knows where the cleric is, and
yeah, you both like go over there, and after it's like a long discussion where it's like
yeah,
the cleric's like, are we sure are you sure about this one? I don't know if what the higher ups are gonna think, and a lot of like back and forth. But then he kind of goes, yeah, I understand. I see where you're at. I see your problems here. I'll talk to the instructors, and we'll see what we can do. Well, I'll even recommend that we get you some travel pay and send you out with a little more supplies to make sure you are safe out there on the roads, on the arteries. Well, hopefully this will do you good, okay?
Yes, thank you.
All right. And then, just before we hit 6 o'clock, Adros starts to head towards the where the many men are camped at, and all of our heroes start to converge. I know Anne is still passed out in a ditch somewhere, but that's okay. Don't worry. We'll figure out.
We're gonna find her in that ditch.
I'm sure she's fine.
I mean, haven't we all been there at one point or another? No, Daphne has not, but it's okay.
I'll
I'll
tell you all right now that we
Pan to her running away from some storm, just like fuck.
we don't.
That's where we left her.
We don't quite have the time to pick up where we left off from that, but I promise you it will all make sense on the next session of Return of the Arclord.
Woo!
With that, it has been 5 hours. Woo!
Let's go.
That's a good amount of game time. This is great.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is all for the session today. I am sorry it took so long, but I'm glad you guys were enjoying yourselves at least.
Nah, dude.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, this
Very
was
fun.
great.
For tuning in next time, it'll be Saturday, July 19th will be session 2 of Return of the Arclord, which is the week after Saturday, July 12th, which is session 3 of Wrath of the Ghost King over in Geb.
Yeah.
Our dad's still better.
All right.
Nah. We're gonna
Our shitty dad is better than their shitty dad.
yeah.
All you
He
guys.
came back with the milk, bitch.
All you guys.
No, he forgot the milk.
Oh yeah.
Find get your like links for like your like if you have like a link tree link or something like that, or like a link to your Twitter that you want to put a poster on.
Oh, yeah, right.
Get that ready,
Indeed.
and whenever I'll go down the line for you guys, and we can talk about stuff you're doing, stuff you're involved in, and kind of give you like a a nice red carpet out of the stream. And I'll stall while you guys are getting that prepared.
Vamp! Quick! Vamp!
Thank you guys for coming and hanging out. I'm gonna go ahead and close the game because I'm gonna throw up.
Buddy.
Get some water or something,
Oh, buddy.
please.
I'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'll be fine.
man.
I'm being dramatic. But yeah,
I'll give you
thank you guys
smooch.
for coming in and hanging out. Thank you, Zaf, for raiding. By the way,
Yeah.
that was
thanks.
very, very, very kind of you. And thank you to any of the raiders who stuck around to watch, and for everyone who was here hanging out the entire time. I appreciate you all. You're all wonderful people. And what else do I have to say? Yeah, I'll reiterate this because why not? Next sessions we have planned. We have session 3 of Wrath of the Ghost King, July 12th. That's on Saturday at the same time, 1 p.m. And then session 2 of this game, Return of the Arclord, will be July 19th at 1 p.m. It's a Saturday as well. So that's what we got coming up soon-ish. So, you guys got your links and stuff ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
All set.
Okay,
No,
Mel.
you can get mine.
Oh yeah, Mel.
Yeah,
Shailene, you're back. Okay. So get your link tree or whatever kind of links you want to post in the chat ready. Whenever I get down to you, Mel.
Hi.
Wonderful voice actress. Pleasure to have you on the stream. Thank you for joining me today. What kind of projects you working on? You got stuff you want to showcase? What do you got?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for having me. This has been amazing. I am doing a bunch of stuff. I'm lucky enough to be in more than one streamed campaign. The next one that I'm in is going to be on Tuesday night at 8:15 p.m. Eastern, both on Shailene's channel and my channel. And we're going to play Mercenaries Adventure. I think we're on episode 19, so good stuff there. I recently released 2 audios with a third one coming out today.
Hey!
New Year's goals audios coming out in June because that's how I roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's about right.
Yeah, and then
That's halfway in the year.
yeah, that's about right. And then Shailene's other campaign is a Creative Trouble, which is going to be next Saturday, actually around this time. So 1 o'clock Eastern. So yeah, lots of D&D, lots of audio stuff, and I'm just happy to be here. Happy to see you all.
Put any links you want into the chat room right now so people can check you out. Crow!
Yes.
Another talented voice actor from the wonderful land of Canada.
Yay!
Yeah.
What kind of stuff you got going on, man?
Well, truly, I will confess not that much. I mostly do voice acting, as who could have guessed, with it. I was just working on videos and such. Stories that I hope people enjoy.
Yeah, go ahead and post links to your stuff.
Here you go. Check that if you want.
And
Don't. It's kind of
thank you again for joining me today. It's nice to have you.
Thank you for DMing.
I'm sorry
And
we
for
got
putting
you very
so much
very-
fucking work.
I'm sorry you had to wait like 4 hours. We actually finally got
Dude,
you.
it's great. I got like 4 pages of notes done.
Okay.
Nice.
That's not even including if. And I'll be honest, I forgot. I'll have to rewatch the VOD and do notes over Anne Cassidy's sections. I kind of forgot to take notes for that part a little bit.
Also, remind me whenever we end the stream. I'll write out all those names of the council members for you guys.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I think it's
just-
also on a page. Fuck, where is it? It's one of the.
Page fuck?
Shut up.
Yeah, it's in the Impossible List book.
It's my
Yeah.
favorite part of the book.
Yeah,
It's my
page
favorite
shit.
page.
Pretty close to page fuck. Page, damn it, where is it?
Wait, is that between fuck and nut?
And then
There we go. Page 263.
Then we have
I'm not going to remember that.
Oracle, another very talented voice actress. Thank you for joining me today. It was a pleasure to
No,
have you.
thank you for running. This was a blast. Oh my god. So I'm not in any other streamed campaigns, but I finally got out an audio. I think we mentioned it at the top of this. That basically, God, Melody, how long did it take me to get that thing out?
I mean, you were working on it for a little while, and you had a bunch of personal stuff happen in the middle. So I think be kind to yourself about
It's been
that.
like a year. I promise my next upload will not take 7 months. I probably should promise anything. But yeah, there's just some more audio stuff. I'm working on an edit for Melody, and yeah, that's about it. And playing here.
Fantastic.
The audio that just came out has a bunch of us in it, including Streaky and me.
Yeah, Streaky's in it, Melody's in it, along with 10 other people that you probably will recognize. Some of them were in the chat today.
Well,
Some of them were in the campaign,
we
actually.
haven't got to Streaky yet, guy. We haven't got to
Tonk.
Streaky. I'm just kidding.
And not to mention B.
He needs to wait his turn.
Don't perceive me.
But yeah, no, Tonks is and Shizu are also in it if you're listening to the other campaign. So
Awesome, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Why am I putting this up? Y'all can't see me.
That's just how it goes.
Just a throwback to earlier.
Shailene, another fellow TTRPG head who's running probably way too many campaigns than they need to be.
To be fair, one of them hasn't even started yet. It won't start until one ends, so.
See, at least you have like that kind of what's the word?
Foresight.
Self-control.
Self-control is what I was looking for.
Well, that's just me running. We're not going to talk about the ones that I'm actually into.
Oh my God.
Nice, almighty.
I'm not even currently in any games right now, so well, you got me there.
I know that feeling, Shailene. I'm in 3 of 1.
Well, Shailene, what are you up to these days, pal?
Merc's Adventure on Tuesday, as Mel said. And that is a game that I DM, as well as creating, which will happen next Saturday, around this same time, which I also DM.
Mm-hmm.
And then streams every once in a while.
Yeah, go ahead and post your links. Everyone go check out Shailene.
If Mel can get my link tree for me, because I'm on my phone.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, go ahead and post it. And I'll do this because I know you probably don't want to. Be sure to help to be generous, and if you can, donate to Shailene, because Shailene's got a lot of going on right now. So check out her streams, sub, buy a coffee, things like that.
Can we have a link to her coffee, please?
Working on it.
In the link tree.
Thank you.
It's in the link tree. I just got back from pretty much a week-long trip, and most of that was driving. So.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Shailene, for joining me today. It was very nice to have you, even though if you had to step out in the middle of it, that's okay. It's tons of fun. Streaky!
Hey, how you doing?
Talented voice actor, new buddy of mine. How you doing?
Shut now.
New buddy of mine, talented voice actor, incredible.
Shut your fucking snout, Gator. I'll fucking grab the barbecue sauce.
Accept the law.
The wood has made him violent.
Wonderful
cutting
breakfast
full
maker
of
too,
heat.
I've heard.
Are you sure it's
What?
the wood, not the knife?
Pancakes.
Pancakes!
It's getting me cranky, okay? Leave me alone. Anyways, yes, for how would I have gone out? Well, actually, in 2 hours, I'll have my own stream. What am I doing? I'm probably playing some games, but it's going to be something. Besides that, still working on audios. The one that I've been working on for the past few months. Still working on it.
Brother, we've all been there.
You don't help with editing or anything?
Yeah.
Let me know.
However, I did release that audio yesterday, which is a Pride audio because Pride month, the gays.
I'm an ally.
And yeah, it's to be specific, it is a trans mask comfort audio. So
yeah, so about you post,
Hey, that's awesome.
yeah, it's called the threads of who we are. No, the fabric of who we are. But yeah.
Aww.
Very awesome.
Yeah, I like making titles, but yeah. And besides that, you'll probably see me maybe tomorrow on Shizu's stream, and then later on in the week something else. You're discussing that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
I'll talk about it when it's my turn, okay, big boy?
Yeah, okay. I need you to know. I know this is off topic, but anytime I'm on the call with Nomad, I mean like phone call, I always said it like that, like love you, like.
All right, bye, honey.
Those of us that have been in the stream have heard that.
Love you, kisses. Yeah.
That's really funny.
And then he rolls his eyes and grumbles.
Yeah.
That sounds alright.
I do it with love. He hates it. I'm like the good house. I'm like the good housewife. He's like the fucking husband that goes to like 9 to 5 and begrudging college job.
I just want to come home and put up my feet, and this, I gotta come on to this. Yeah.
I come in with like a fucking apron, like, oh honey, you're back.
Yeah.
Pancakes for dinner again.
God damn it, woman! I want my steak.
Damn it, woman! Why can't you just burn a meatloaf like every other one?
But you never like it. But it's meatloaf shaped. And it's still a pancake. But yeah, that is it.
Damn it, honey! I'm so diabetic now.
If it helps, think of it as a meat pancake.
The meat pancake will help your diabetes.
The Surgeon General has not weighed in on this claim.
If you put ketchup
This is
in
not a
if you
medical
put,
claim. We do not pivot.
if you put syrup in the ketchup again, I swear I oughta.
I swear to God.
I swear I'll go back to Jeremy.
But thank you, Streaky.
Yeah.
Thank you, Streaky,
Love you.
for joining me today, bud.
I love you too. You did a great job there, bud.
Yeah.
I love you.
Yeah.
And this is Scrub, our wonderful GM.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's me. Hey guys, did you know I'm a voice
Amazing.
actor?
No.
Would have
Did you-
fooled me.
Did you know?
Oh my goodness.
I have an audio that's recorded that's planned to be uploaded at some point. I just don't have it edited. Haha.
I know that feeling.
But next, this Tuesday, well, actually, I will probably also be on Shizu's stream, just like Streaky is, for hanging out with Shizu, because Shizu's having her Monday, like all-day Monday Shizu stream on Sunday, because Monday, I believe, is her birthday.
It is.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'll probably be hanging out with her tomorrow night. And then Tuesday night, you can probably, hopefully, as long as everything works out, catch me, Streaky, Pally, and Tonks playing Peak. Goofy.
As in, it's very good, or is that the title?
That's the title.
It's literally called Peak.
And also
It's both, actually.
Yes.
It's a very fun, like, co-op climbing game. It's very silly. You'll get to watch us climb up mountains and then inevitably plummet off of them and break every bone in our body.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
It's very funny. I've already played a little bit with my other group of friends, and it is so fucking funny.
Now we have our
I do
next
not know I
game.
live in the flatlands. What are these high elevations you speak of?
Imagine, like,
you
you
see,
like you made it out of dirt and made
Yeah.
it really tall.
there is these formations of dirt that are higher than 3 feet and don't keep trucks from flying off the road.
They're holdovers from the Ice Age.
Not with that
when all the
attitude.
ice melted.
They're called hills and mountains.
You lost me at hills.
And they have eyes.
Oh well.
No.
Yeah.
And occasionally Julia
Oh.
Julie Andrews singing on them. Jesus Christ, my brain is dead. Never mind.
And they're alive, so we have to kill them.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Damn.
all. Thank you guys for joining me. We will catch this group on the 19th. Right? The 19th?
Yeah.
Yep, the
Yeah.
19th.
1 o'clock.
And I will be uploading the VOD for this episode tomorrow, I believe.
Woohoo!
Thank you. I'm for
nice.
jiggling out the thing.
Get some rest, Scrub. My God.
Yeah, please.
Don't worry. As soon as I end the stream, I will be going to the living room and sitting in front of the AC. So,
That sounds good.
Bye, everyone. Bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks for coming.
Don't do drugs.